welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the day. Welcome back to the WardiTV Monday number 32, your weekly dose of WardiTV action. I'm Coach VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Again, this is a weekly open tournament, and we're here featuring our first two players in the round of 32. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Bunny for Team Falcons. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Offside Esports. It is Rex. Oh, and I will review the logos mode after this. Okay, of course, early this morning we were of course covering the Secreto Brasileiro de SC2, the Brazilian StarCraft 2 circuit. It was amazing, it was beautiful. A lot of really fun matches were had, some crazy upsets as well, so I do recommend checking out the VODs of the Brazilian StarCraft that we've been covering over the past couple of days and the upcoming future months as well. Meanwhile, I also noticed a couple of frame drops in game. I will be most likely turning on my VPN after this series, depending on how bad it does get. Otherwise, welcome. And you know what time it is? It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets as predictions are underway. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series, on who you think will advance on into the next round. Let's go. Let us go. I see in the chat, is there more than one match happening at the same time? If you tune into weekly regular tournaments like the Korean StarCraft League, like Sparkling Tuna Cup, like WardiTV Monday, like Pegastorm Monday, really most, if not all of these tournaments do actually have all the matches happening at the same time. We do not cast everything, as there are there are so many matches happening at once. there are so many players competing at the same time. So yes, we have the entirety of the round of 32 all happening concurrently here. As is always the case when it comes to these open tournaments. That is maybe a little bit different when it comes to the invitationals. When it comes to smaller brackets, then potentially everything will be casted, but when it comes to these larger open brackets, that is not the case, as we are settling in. So far, so good. And again, I do apologize for some in-game frame drops. I will be rectifying that coming into game number 2. Otherwise, we're settling in. Jumping in, we do have a very short opener. It is going to be a Rex Expand here out of Bunny, going for the factory, going for, I would imagine, a CC before Starport, so standard economic build out of Bunny. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Rex just going Hatch Gas Pool, droning on up, and is going to be contained on 2 bases. He's unable to expand and get a 3rd base yet, so a bit of a rougher start here for Rex. He's contained, he's delayed, he's going to be forced to drone up on 2 bases, that much harder here, and he will eventually expand. By the time he does, he most likely will have to double expand or try to recover in another way. So far, there we go, does zone away the Reaper. Drone is likewise en route as well, as Bunny is being as annoying as possible. Now Hatchery is being taken. There we go, is now on the way. Behind this, Bunny, I assumed was going for a 3rd CC. The answer is no. No 3rd commander here out of Bunny. Instead, we do have a faster Starport on the way. So Bunny is going for a 1-1-1. A very aggressive build here by Bunny. This can turn into a Hellbat push as well. For now, we're going into an abundance of Hellions and Banshees. So really heavy Hellion Banshee production here out of Bunny, delaying his CC and hitting that much harder, that much faster with his Hellion Banshee. Oh boy. So this is going to be a bit of a tougher hold here for Rex, especially considering his late 3rd. On top of that, it isn't just that the late 3rd base means his economy is going to be delayed, his production is also delayed, his Queen production specifically is also delayed as well. So Rex, he is going to have a bit of a tougher defense than usual because of the late expansion, as he's limited to only making 2 Queens at a time. And Queens early on, I mean, they're the bread and butter here of early game defense for Zerg. As Hellions, they rotate. Rotated. Looking for a way in. They don't quite get past the Queens. They poke in, they poke out. Otherwise, Hellions, they do back off. They do escape. Back at home, we are banking on more Hellions. Now we have a 3rd CC on the way, but again, it's a late 3rd expansion. We have fixated and prioritized Banshee and Hellion production instead. The first Banshees are moving out. The Hellions, they clean up the Lings. They likewise move out as well. And we'll see if Rex can prepare in time. So far, he has 5, soon to be 7 Queens. 7 Queens here to defend. That should be a decent amount here. Meanwhile, Bunny will have the opportunity to potentially dive into a mineral line. It's going to be on Rex to try to keep up with the movement of both the Banshees and the Hellions. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. Here we go. Banshee on the right hand side, making his way towards the mineral line. Likewise, Hellions into that mineral line as well. To rest up one drone. Rest up some workers. Likewise, oh, the spore's not done. Yeah, the spore is not done. Banshee wreaking havoc, mentioned before, but again, these are earlier Banshees and spores that just weren't ready. 4 drones already going to be going down. Good damage. Good damage by Bunny. He's not done. Heading into the main. Going for the queen. Does go for the queen and a couple more shots, but last there is a transfuse. Queen survives. Queen does survive. Meanwhile, we have more Hellions just filing in towards the south side. Rotate back over, heading towards the right, going for the mineral line. There are some Lings in position, and so far Rexy's holding well. He's keeping up his zoning. Hellions, they look for another opening. Oh, they're going for the third. And Lings are amassing, and Rexy should hold on here. And he should hold the Banshee, just going ham. the entire time Banshee's getting free damage on the Queens, but last will not kill them. The Queens, they survive, they do transfuse, and Rex holds. Whew, Rexy does hold on. Looking at the trades here, it was at 6 drones and 10 Lings for 1 Hellion. This is still a better trade for Bunny, but he was looking for more damage. Remember, this is decent trades here for Bunny, but his third base was late. His third base is later than usual, so he had to do ideally even more damage here to justify how late the expansion is. Now, thankfully, Bunny doesn't lose anything. He does preserve his Banshees, he preserves most of the Hellions as well, so he can actually use this for a later push for a 7-minute timing. What I'm referring to here is the 1-1. Like, the 1-1 timing for the Terran player is going to hit quite hard, and he's going to have all these Hellions to support to morph into Hellbats. Armory is not yet done, so for now it's just going to be a Hellion support for the Terran. Does rotate, does push towards the northern base. Bunny's on the way. The goal here is to try to force a cancel. Armory just now began. Tank does siege. Yeah, there's no creep. Likewise, diving on the Queens. Queens are exposed. He gets 1. Takes out 1 queen, gonna get a second, getting a 3rd queen as well. 3 queen kills, and we force a cancel. Massive pick off. And this is the win condition here for Bunny. If he can deny the 4th base time and time again, then Rexy just cannot keep up. That's Bunny. He doesn't rotate. He keeps on pushing in. He's going for the 3rd. This is a little bit greedy here from Bunny. The armory is not done. Elling Bane does roll in, gets us around, takes out the tank, and Bunny has to get the hell out of here. He did overextend. He does hold nicely here behind the mineral line, but he has no pushing power towards the bases. Not anymore. So Bunny has to back up. Does have to retreat. We do have reinforcements on the way. Again, they're rotating towards the new 4th base. And again, the goal here for Bunny should be to deny the 4th time and time again. There's no active tumors here. There's 1 tumor. There's barely any creep. Bailings, they get spotted. As Bunny's making his way over. Likewise, Bunny's gonna get surrounded. Bailey's rolling in. Decent catch here as a couple of Marines do escape. At the same time, Bunny sieging up here towards the 4th base. And Rex out of position. The expansion is going to go down. Massive pick off. Yeah, the 4th base going down time and time again. Again, that's all that Bunny needs to accomplish here, is just deny the 4th. Don't like this, Pappy. Don't like this. Ooh. So he main rolls on in, takes down the tank. Bunny gonna be falling back. Yo, meanwhile, big shout to Luis in the chat. God, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Luis. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome. Bienvenidos. Welcome one and all to the WardiTV Monday. I do recognize, of course, that we do have some drop frames. I did mention this earlier. This will be fixed here for game number 2. Do not worry. For now, we're still in the first game. Still in the first game here of the broadcast. And Bunny is popping off. He's popping off. He's catching queen after queen, knocking down base after base. Rex, he is hurting. He is being outscaled. You can see here the disparity in supply. This is because of the 4th base. The 4th base is going down time and time again. Banshees, they catch reinforcing drones. Catch transferring drones even. It's going to be getting 12, 13 workers going down. Did I say 13? Oh! 14, 15. Someone stop these Banshees. As they wreak havoc here, 14 worker kills. Likewise, Bunny does push towards the right hand side. Oh no! Bailings roll in. Bunny, he does react in time. He does pull away. It does pull away, still committing in. Widow mines are set. Banlings, they just kind of engage. They just kind of engage, not into this. The fourth base, once again, it is rebuilt, but it's going to be knocked down for a third time. There's no saving this fourth. Not like this. We do have an intended run by, getting 5 SCV kills and softening up some of these SCVs so he gets a decent damage. But at the same time, Bunny doesn't care. He's still moving in. He's going for a split push. And Rex is down 80 supply. Again, he just could never get his fourth base up and running. As a result, just down in economy, down in production. And speaking of not being able to keep with the fourth base, it's going to go down for a third time. Once again, the fourth base is going to fall. We just cannot maintain it. We cannot keep it up. Rex going for one Hail Mary play. The other mines! Oh no! Mine's just going to be going off. And GG gets called. Bunny, he will take a lead in the series. He will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. As I do very quickly set up our VPN, don't you worry. Likewise, just getting rid of the initial logos mod. Beautiful. Okay, we're good. Alright, good to go. But yeah, GG, well played. Bunny does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Rex can bounce back. Again, a lot of the initial game came down to the aggression of Bunny and the momentum that he did have, specifically referring to the initial delayed third base, the initial Hellion Banshee aggression. If you recall, we spoke about how that he kept the Queen Cat low. Even though the initial Queens did defend against the early Hellion Banshee aggression, they did spend a lot of transfuse, like a lot of effort and work was put into surviving and holding there. That did mean that there was that much less to defend against the follow-up, which did knock down the fourth base. It hit around 7 minutes. That was the follow-up. Once the first fourth base went down, that was the snowball just snowballing out of control, I should say. The ball got rolling, and alas, Rexy could not stop it. But here we go. We're now getting into game number 2, and spawning in the right-hand corner of Frostsign, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Bunny. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Taiwanese Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Offside Esports. It is Rex. Here we go. Beautiful. Those experience stuttering? No, it's just the routing to the Korean server. As you can see, now it's silky smooth. Like there's no stuttering, there's no frame drops. For those that are maybe unaware, I mean, there's nothing to talk about right now. So for those that are maybe unaware, routing to the Korean server is unfortunately sometimes like inefficient. Sometimes I don't know the reasoning why, but just by default, I believe it happens to the Europeans as well, where it just takes a bit of a longer path. Because of that, like the connection is a little bit more unstable and the ping is higher than it otherwise should be. So by default, like it can just look worse than it really is. If you're not using a VPN. For those that are curious, what's the answer? Just use a VPN. So I just turned on my VPN and now it's just like, now there's no frame drops. It's just silky smooth. Everything is looking as it should. It's just the Korean server, unfortunately. But I believe it only happens during peak hours. Like whenever I cast KSL, for example, KSL is earlier in the morning. It's fine. Like the Korean server is like this by default. But once we get into like more peak gaming hours, then yeah, less so. For whatever reason. Another, we're settling in. Now that we are going to be settling in, we do have additional openers. Once again, we do have a hatch gas pool out of Rex, standard opener out of our Taiwanese Zerg player. Likewise, Bunny back at home going for his own racks into his factory. Now, I would assume that this is going to be a 3cc build, especially on Frostline, which is a larger map compared to ley lines. But Bunny might go for another aggressive start here. He might go for another faster starport. We'll keep an eye on Bunny. Makes sense, VPN reroutes traffic to directly where you want it instead of going through some other random destinations. Yeah, for sure. For sure. It's annoying that that's the solution that we have to... It's annoying that we have to basically use like a third-party solution to an issue when it comes to casting and observing on the Korean server. But, I mean, you know, it works, so that's what it is. Oh my god. as this time the third base is not going to be delayed for too much longer, so a faster third base out of Rex this time. I say faster third. If you recall, last game he was denied his third base for so long. Now he can take it at a more reasonable time. Meanwhile, across the map we do have a third TC from Bunny, but not just a third TC. Do you see what I see? That is a second rack. So this is a 3CC 211. Is this a paid VPN service? Yes. But yes, we do have a 3CC211. So this is going to be an earlier stim timing. Earlier stim timing here from Bunny is going to be earlier stim and delayed starport. Basically, the way that this build works here is that we hit a stim timing with 16 Marines and 2 medevacs. This does hit quite hard. The downside of this build that Bunny's going for is the Hellions. It's only 4 Hellions. So this does mean that Rex is going to have an easier time spreading creep. To spread creep, to keep up with these Hellions, to drone up, to even cut link production. Rex, if he recognizes what's going on and he's going in for the scout, and I believe the scout is denied, but if he recognizes the Hellion count is going to be a little bit lower, then he can be greedier to compensate for that and to try to take advantage of the lack of Hellions. The real strength of this build hits later as the Overlord does go down, so Rex's scout is denied. And you can see we're getting ready for those medevacs. Here comes the reactor on the factory into add-on swap into medevac production. Back at home, Rex is making safety lings. Again, he doesn't really need these safety. Oh, 14 lings on the way. These could have otherwise been drones. These could have been workers here. Rex, basically what this looks like is he's getting ready for a 2-1-1. He's getting ready for a 2-1-1, which does hit earlier. We know it's not a 2-1-1, it's a 3CC 2-1-1, which hits later. So these lings could have been workers here. This is unfortunately more of an inefficient response by Rex, and this is going to benefit Bunny as a result, as his droning is, as Rex's droning is delayed. So delayed droning here out of Rex. Meanwhile, Hellions moving out, and we will soon hit at around 5:30 with the ByuN army. And it's usually at 5:30, that's the timing that you want to be ready for. Again, I don't blame Rex, because the Overlord got sniped, he just doesn't know what's going on. Like, he saw the earlier Marine production, so it does look like he just assumed it was a 2-1-1. And here we go. Medevacs are now moving out. Now, the plus side here is that Rex, he does now have enough lings to survive this and to defend against this. The downside is, again, his economy did suffer as a result. Just now taking his gases, getting into 1-1. Here come these 16 Marines. They have Hellion support as well, and the goal here is to pick off some Queens, pick off some Overlords, deny creep, and potentially deny the 4th base. I'm gonna get spotted. Lings have to respond. I don't know if there's enough here. Yeah, it's gonna be a kill. That's gonna be a cancel. Brutal pick off already, and the ball it started rolling. We spoke about this last game, how the big win condition for Bunny was deny the 4th base time and time again. He's already done it once already this game. Now going for the Queens. Lings are trying to engage. Hellions, they hit a support. That's a kill, not a cancel. Oh no, and before this can really get going, it's looking dire for Rex. This stim timing has been brutal. Rex has been unable to save his 4th base. 1 Queen already went down. Lings are trying to poke in, but the Hellion volleys are brutal here. And Marines, they can hold their own. They shut out the Lings. They're going for the Queens. They're barely going to be forced back. Never mind, Bunny, he wants more. He keeps going, gets another Queen, gets 1. Oh my god. He wants another. Going with the Overlords. The Overlords are rallying in as well. Disastrous here for Rex. Losing another 3 Overlords. And Rex, he will eventually hold on. He will eventually force this back. But looking at the trades here, 45 Lings, killed a hatchery, cancelled another hatchery, 5 Overlords, 1 Overseer, 2 Queens, for what? For 6 Marines. For a handful of Marines and a handful of Hellions. The efficiency here is insane. Again, a very strong sim timing here from Bunny. As you mentioned, Rex, he unfortunately misread the opener. He misread the build. As a result, he wasn't quite as ready for it. Likewise, he did miss the move out. And Bunny, he's snowballing out of control as he gets another Overlord. At the same time, Rex, he's getting a little bit desperate. He goes for one big Hail Mary run by. Does get some SCVs. He does try to track Bunny. Bunny still being active, clearing up as much creep as possible. As long as they catch out a couple of reinforcements. Not bad. Getting a couple of Marines. These are nice trades here for Rex. They're nice. Likewise, Rex, he does re-expand towards the subside, which is where Bunny's headed. Like, again, the win condition for Bunny is deny the 4th. Deny the 4th base over and over again to make sure that Rex can never keep up supply-wise. Can never keep up production-wise with the Terran. Lings, they poke in. ByuN, he's set up back at home. Armory is done. Hellbats have morphed. Hellbat has morphed. There's only one Hellion survived the early game. Remember, it was only 4 Hellions, and 3 of them did go down earlier. So it's 1 Hellbat. ByuN, he's set up. Ling Runway does get into the mineral line. Not bad, getting a couple of SCVs. And Rex, he counterfight the army. So the 4th base goes down for a second time. Rex is all in, going for one big counterattack, headed for the mineral line. Oh, boys, they do pull away in time. Quick reaction here by ByuN. He pulls away. He denies the run by. Rex trying to catch whatever he can, but alas, I just cannot engage. And this is Rex's army. This is all he has left here. Gets into the mineral line, trying to catch some SCVs. Bailings, they don't connect. Oh, the Lings though. We got 5 workers. And this is going to be the final army of Rex. He's all in. He's all in with this. That's being cleaned up. Still maintains a semblance of a Bailing army. As Rex, he just now reestablishes the 4th base towards the south side. Oh, the Bailings! The splits! Oh, yeah, Bailings off a creep like this, they should never connect. That's being shut down. Oh, never mind. Oh, catching ByuN off guard. Okay. Does catch him off guard. Meanwhile, drop on the right-hand side. Oh, kill the expansion. Not again, Pappy. Not again. Doom drop into the main base, and Rexy has been pulled apart. Upgrades are exposed. And ByuN, he is snowballing out of control. Again, very decisive play here, both game 1 and game 2. Very sharp play, I should say, from ByuN. Very crisp with his timings, with his builds. And just everything going his way. As Rex is making his final stand. Takes down 3 of the tanks. And does take down as many Marines as he can. But there's just too much. There's just too many. GG gets called. ByuN, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-0. And ByuN will advance on to the round of 16. GG. GG, well played. Again, very strong, very sharp timings there from ByuN. As we mentioned, when it came to the very first move out at 5:30, when it came to the first stim timing, that kind of set the pace of the game. That kind of set the tone for the game as well. For those that forget, for those that don't quite remember, it was a 3cc 2-on-1, did hit at 5:30, and with that timing, he was able to, I should say, ByuN was able to kill the 4th. He cancelled it first, and then he killed the 4th base. He got 2 queens, he got like 20 lings, like he got insane damage with that first push. And from there, snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. He was able to gain momentum and he never let go of it. With that, ByuN does advance on, and we'll see if we can catch up with ByuN in the next round. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Do we have any updates? Do we have anything to go over? We do. As we quickly message some players and make sure we don't get left behind. Let's go. Now from the bottom, we'll start from the bottom just because we have our next series ready and I don't want to get left behind. So from the bottom, as you can see, ByuN took down Rex. ByuN took down Rex 2-0. SHIN took down a Horseradish, aka Pretty Fly, 2-0. And we have our next series. We have a next series here. It's going to be a best of 3 between ByuN and SHIN in another ZVT. Oh boy. So we have a next series. I do need a moment to set things up for it. ByuN, he's already warmed up, and we'll see if SHIN can compare. Getting our players ready. Meanwhile, catching up, we do have SKillous. SKillous is up against Nice in a PvP, also in the round of 32. We have MaxPax. MaxPax waiting for the winner of his series as well, waiting for the winner of Moondeer and Gillyman. We have Creator. Creator is up against Rebellion in another PvP. Showtime takes on Bonyo 2-0, waiting in the round of 16. Scrolling up, we have Mana versus Percival. Honestly, it looks like a fun series, so best of luck to Mana, best of luck to Percival. We have Well up against Ateshi when it goes up against herO. In the next round, herO looks like he's the number 2 seed of the tournament, number 2 to Clem. Speaking of, Clem is in the upper half of the bracket, and let's scroll up and catch up on the upper half. as we do catch up. Spirit takes down Lunacy 2-0 already. Strong result there by Spirit. Takes down Lunacy. Spirit, he's up against Cure as Cure takes down Steck, so we have a TVT between Spirit and Cure. Great to see more Spirit. Spirit, he's been a little bit less active over the past couple of weeks, so it's great to see him return. Again, EWC is on the horizon, a lot of events are on the horizon, so I'm sure Spirit wants to get more in form. I'm sure a lot of players do. Lambo's up against Shameless in the first round. That was a very tempting series, to be honest. Like, Lambo versus Shameless looks like a lot of fun, looks like a very spicy series, so best of luck to the two of them. That could go either way. Sola takes down Ragnar 2-0. Sola waiting for the winner of Lambo and Shameless. Scrolling up, we have ByuN. ByuN takes down Gref 2-0. Classic takes down Lucky 2-0. And we have Hearthstone up against Lemon and Clem up against Prome in the round of 32. So we have some rounds wrapping up. We do have some advancements here into the round 16. Some really good matches, to be honest. Again, Cure versus Spirit, ByuN versus Classic, and even Lambo versus Shameless, and many others. We have some very nice matches and very nice series up ahead of us. So yeah, a lot to catch up on, a lot to look forward to. When it comes to other English broadcasts, of course, Wardy is also casting this event in English. Rex is casting this event in his own native language. I believe we have casters like Indy, for example, Steadfast, he's also casting in English. So yeah, there's a lot of other coverage, and I'm sure they're covering their own matches. I know TKL should be casting Clem. Usually, like, the French casters, the French community, they followed Clem into his matches. We should be having like a Korean caster as well, typically Inu or sometimes ryung, also covering some of these matches. So yeah, it's a lot to get into, for sure. Is a lot to get into, but of course we know where we are, we know what we want. As always, when it comes to our coverage of open tournaments or open weeklies, typically when we do select a portion of the bracket, we stick to it. So we just casted Bunny versus Rex, we're going to follow that into SHIN. We're most likely going to follow that into some of these lower matches here: MaxPax, SKillous, Nice, Moondeer. We're going to be focusing on this lower portion of the bracket, following that into the future rounds. We most likely will not be covering the upper portion of the bracket until later on in the tournament, once the bracket gets more consolidated. So just as a heads up, so we're going to be sticking to these lower bracket matches for the time being. That is the plan. A rabbit greater than a T-Rex. It's unreal. True. It's a terrifying bunny. Terrifying rabbit. If you know, you know. For sure. For sure. Oh. As we are jumping into our next game. Beautiful. We're jumping into our next series. It's going to be that best of 3 between SHIN and Bunny. Vetoes are done, and game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing his new team, representing Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats as we jump into our next matchup, as we jump into the round of 16. Let's go. Let's go. So just adding the alias, or SHIN's alias, to our casting tool. But yeah, the ZVTs, they continue. We saw Bunny wreak havoc previously here with some very aggressive builds. Remember, game 1, we had a straight up 1-1-1 before 3rd CC from Bunny. Game 2, we had a 3CC 2-1-1 as well. So already very assertive, very aggressive builds. We'll see if that trend continues. Meanwhile, SHIN, hatch pool into hatchery, gasless on ley lines. Ooh, okay. Okay, SHIN, I see you. I'm a little bit concerned, not gonna lie. Wait, what? Okay. So, there's a lot going on right now. First things first. If you've been watching Dark for the past, year? If you've been watching players like Cyril for the past year as well, maybe over a year at this point, you'd be familiar with this opener. This is a gasless opener in ZVT. This is very greedy, and you would know that this is usually preserved or usually reserved as a build on certain maps, on more defendable maps, specifically on maps like Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, King's Cove, El Dorado. All these maps have something in common. They're all very defendable. They all have ramps coming into the natural. They all have more limited attack paths. They are all easier to defend on 3 bases without link speed with queens. This is not one of them. Ley lines is not one of those defendable maps. Ley lines is more open. Ley lines is more exposed. Ley lines, this is so risky from SHIN, and if Bunny realizes what's going on, he can punish this. Now, first things first, it gets in. One drone already goes down. One drone does fall. Reaper does get behind the mineral line, and does he check the gases? Does he go further in? We'll see if he confirms. For now, he's going to be zoned away. Heads down to low ground. Now he sees, already done. He sees the base and the progression, but he already threw down the 3rd CC, so he cannot respond with a 1-1-1. This is fortunate for SHIN. So basically, because it took him longer to scout, because it took him longer to check the 3rd base, he didn't realize how much progression there was already on it, so he cannot react here with something more aggressive like a 1-1-1, but he's going to turn this into a 3CC 2-1-1. Okay, so he's still going to be assertive. We saw this in the previous game. There's going to be a strong sim timing, and it's going to be on Bunny to punish SHIN. We'll see if he can. Now, when it comes to this setup here, again, SHIN is going to be defending with purely roaches, and this leads into, purely queens, and this leads into roach play. Now, the reason why this leads into roach play is because gases are so late, and link speed is so delayed anyway, you just skip it. You just skip link speed and go straight into roach production instead. Speaking of, yep, there's a roach for it. So again, this is standard. Like, this is just a standard response. Gasless into Roach Warren. SHIN, so far, he is maintaining himself. So far, he is keeping up. But it's not really about the early game right now. It's all about that stim timing for SHIN. We'll see if he can survive that. Now, roaches, they can be really safe, of course. Roaches, they can be very robust. SHIN, he should have them out in time. I say should. He doesn't know what's happening. He hasn't scouted yet. He doesn't know what exactly Bunny's up to. Now, he is taking a note of the low Hellion count, that is true. But for all SHIN knows, this could be a straight up 2-on-1, this could be a 3CC 2-on-1. SHIN is still in the dark. As again, SHIN is taking the role of the defender. And now he's droning. Now is the time to drone for the next 30 seconds. And then he'll need some roach production. For now, just gathering gas. Only on the one gas geyser. He's not going to have many roaches to defend. I'm still not sold on this from SHIN, I'll be honest. I'm still not sold on it, but we'll see. As there's Yadon Swap and Medevacs are on the horizon. Again, SHIN, he still has a little bit more time to drone before he does need roach production. I'm just concerned about how many roaches exactly he's going to have. I mean, he's going to have queen support as well. True, he's getting up to 8 queens. At this point, we do need to start making roaches. At this point, I mean, the Medevacs on the horizon, we need to start roach production as quickly as possible. We have Lings on the way. Ling speed is still being researched. We have the roach one, but 0 roaches, so it's going to be Lings and queens to defend. Again, it might be a high enough queen count to hold on here. Like, 8 queens can be quite robust. They have transfuse, of course. Bunny moves out, catching out some Lings. Bunny's making his way towards the 4th base, and we'll see if SHIN can defend the 4th. There's no creep here yet. Active Tumor gets knocked down. Nice pick off. Marines, they do drop in. And again, the goal here is the 4th. Lings, they get dealt with. Marines steaming forward. They go for the expansion, and they will get it. They force a cancel. Not bad. That's all he wanted. That's all he wanted. He did force a cancel. Nice pick off here by Bunny. Already a strong start for the Terran. And SHIN, he's skipping roaches entirely. He did make a safety roach one, but he's going pure Ling into +1 carapace. Okay. Interesting. Okay, now going to roach speed. Now going to roach speed. Behind this, big shout to Keng TQD in the chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for the gifts and sub to the community. Thank you, we appreciate it. We appreciate it as always, one of our big supporters of the channel. Thank you, thank you. Always do appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content, hope you enjoy the casting, hope you enjoy the StarCraft as a tank. Oh, the tank does survive. Repairs in time. Bunny, he defends against the Ling run by. And Bunny, his goal should be to rotate and to deny the 4th base once again. We'll see how Bunny does move out on the map. There we go. There's the rotation. Now this time SHIN, he will have some roaches. Thankfully, SHIN, he will have some Ravagers. So Ravagers are morphing in. These are going to be paramount here when it comes to the tank defense, as he will have to pile down those tanks. Does have a very robust army, and the base does complete. This time SHIN is ready. Let's go to his Master Roach Ravager. Oh! Again, he's looking for those biles. And Bunny, he sees the army, he backs off. Yeah, he knows he cannot break this. He cannot break this. There's just so much Roach Ravager. SHIN is cutting workers. He's cutting workers at 60. He's making nothing but Roaches and Ravagers. He's pushing out across the map. Bunny's racing back home. Sets up the tanks. SHIN, he's essentially going for a 3-base all-in. The 4th base just for lava. He's not droning. He's not droning. Scan into the main. Roach Ravager moving in. SHIN, can he break through? Safari does threaten. There's still 3 tanks behind this. SHIN trying to come in from behind. Takes down the depot. Supply blocking Bunny. Massive supply block. Catching out 3 depots. SHIN tries to come in from behind. Biles, they catch one of the tanks. Oh, they barely don't actually. And the army slims in. There's so many roaches going to be going down. And Bunny, he's trading much more efficiently here. He's trading well. And SHIN has to make a choice. Does he start droning? Does he still commit? He's committing. Morphing in more Ravagers. Biles, they catch a depot. They catch a depot. SHIN rotating over. SHIN, he rotates. Bunny's keeping up with said rotations. Biles, they don't quite connect. There we go. They do get one of the tanks. One tank does go down. Again, that's mainly a Ravager army at this point. Biles, they're delaying. Tank does reposition. Another depot goes down. SHIN, he's about to max out. Once again, Bunny stimming forward. Ooh, takes a ball to the face. Let's take 1 ball to the face so far. Bunny, he's taking a 4th base in the midst of this, by the way. It's crazy. Just taking a 4th. Another attack finally goes out. Oh, the Medivacs! Oh my god. Medivacs to take a lot of hits, a lot of damage. Bunny's gonna be careful. One more pile of Medivacs, they will go down. Tank wants to get repositions. So many tanks are just further back. They're not really applicable here to this fight. And Marines, he's running out of buy, running out of Marines. These tanks, they've had to reposition long ago. Now they're finally moving in. As tanks reposition, SHIN, he rotates. This time, Bunny is a little bit more attentive. He is more attentive here. Tanks do reposition. The bully's going to be going up. 1 tank is going to get biled. Just the 1 though. And boys are being pulled. A rough defense here for Bunny, but he will clean this up. Does cost him 16 SCVs though. But he can afford to lose it. Remember, SHIN was all in. Remember, SHIN, he wasn't droning. He was stuck with 60 workers. Bunny, he breaks out, takes down all the Ravagers. And Bunny, he will completely shut this down. GG gets called. The all-in fails. And Bunny, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, SHIN, he had some nice rotations. Bunny was having a hard time repositioning his tanks, but for the most part, he was able to just build up, or I should say, he was able to preserve his army. I do appreciate that he did pull the boys towards the end. Remember, it didn't matter that Bunny lost 16 SCVs because SHIN was all in. Like, despite losing all those workers, Bunny, he still had a greater economy than his opponent. Defending was all that mattered at that point, and Bunny broke out. Bunny, he did break out, did claim it. GG, well played. And with that, Bunny is one game away from the quarterfinals. Let's go. One more game is all he needs, as we are getting into game number 2. And again, this was a very tense kind of game as well, just because SHIN, he was so greedy early on. As a reminder, Bunny, he was unable to punish the greed too much, but what's important is that Bunny did recognize the all-in ahead of time. If you remember, I would say a key moment actually was when Bunny pushed towards the 4th base, the northern 4th, not the southern 4th, the northern 4th base the second time. If you remember, something important happened there. He scanned and he saw the Roach Ravager, and as soon as he saw the Roach Ravager in position, he didn't commit. He picked up his tanks and he raced back home. Like, he immediately recognized that he could not actually break the 4th, which was the initial plan. He recognized he couldn't break the 4th base. He recognized how much Roach Ravager there was, and he recognized how much danger he was in, and he was so quick to recognize that, to respect it, to rush back home, and to start the defense. Instead of, you know, being a little bit hard-headed and trying to break the 4th anyway and being overwhelmed. But here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is SHIN. We go. SHIN, he does open up initially hatch first. We'll see if he does go for another greedy build. We'll see if he does go for another spawning pool without any gas geysers. There we go, gas on the way. Standard opener this time out of SHIN. Thankfully. I was gonna say that if he did try to go for another greedy build and go gasless 2 games in a row, I would say that Bunny, after what happened in game 1, he'd be a lot more attentive at scouting for that sort of thing. So I appreciate that SHIN, he goes for a standard build this time. He does not go gasless on Amygdala. So standard opener this time, and meanwhile Bunny does open up back at home, going for his SEV scouts and going for his Rax expand. So far so good. As he moves out, CC on the way. And we'll see how SHIN will approach this. As he's droning, he's saturating. Bunny gets eyes on the hatchery timing, and he gets eyes on the 3rd. And we'll attempt to delay. SHIN moves out with 2 drones, so he's going for whichever 3rd base is available. Does take the linear 3rd instead. It is spotted. Now this base is more exposed, which is a little bit worrisome here. Basically, there's a greater angle. There's a greater angle of attack at this 3rd base, so we could even see Bunny expand towards SHIN, and could even try to pull off an ARAX. We'll see. I'm getting ahead of myself. That does hit far later. We'll see how SHIN opens. For now, 3rd CC. Bunny going for a 3rd CC before starport. Economic build here by Bunny. Now, Bunny has been very fond of going 3 CC 2-on-1. We've seen it twice now today already. We saw it last game and we saw it against Rex. Yep, there it is. 3 CC 2-on-1. And as a reminder, this is not a regular 2-on-1. This is a more economic variation. Because of that, this does hit 1 minute later. So this hits at 5:30 instead. I should emphasize around a minute later. So because of that, SHIN, he will be able to drone up a little bit harder, assuming he recognizes what exactly is going on, as he still has limited scouting information. Still has limited scouting. Though SHIN, he does overmake Lings. These Lings, I believe, we're going to be moving out. Their goal here is to try to catch Bunny out of position. Basically, the Hellions are moving out, right? The Hellions are being active, which means Bunny doesn't really have much at home to defend. He's vulnerable. So this is a risky maneuver here by SHIN, but he's going for it. He's going for the dive. Back at home, what is it to defend? 2 Hellions. 2 Hellions and a handful of Marines. Bunny, he doesn't move out with everything, thankfully. Lings, they go for the dive. Boys, they're pulled away. And Hellions are in position here on the ramp. Yeah, 1 SCV goes down, getting up to 2. 2 SCV kills, pulls back into the mineral line. Hellions, they will roast up the Lings. Other 2 Hellions race back home, and Bunny defends. And this did do some damage, I suppose. I mean, that was 14 Lings for 2 SCVs. Did kill some Marines, true. So, because he was able to kill some Marines, he didn't just do that. SHIN also got a full scout. He got a full scout of the main. Now he knows 3 CC 2-on-1. He knows exactly what build he's up against. And because he was able to pick up 5 Marines, that does mean that the stim timing, that the medevac timing is going to be weaker. What should have been 16 Marines, now down to 11. So this will disrupt the overall build here of Bunny. Meanwhile, SHIN back at home is going to be opening up initially Ling speed, but then into roaches. So he's going to be relying on a more roach heavy style once again. It is considered to be a safer way to play, playing roach instead of Ling main. And we'll see if SHIN goes for another all-in. True, that's also on the table. As a reminder, last game, SHIN, he went up to 4 bases, but he cut workers at 60. It was a 60 drone, 3 base all-in out of SHIN. Once again, +1 carapace on the way. Once again, only 1 Evo chamber. This looks like the same setup so far. Meanwhile, Bunny, he will rotate towards the stop side. The goal here is to force to cancel at the 4th. Once again, the Marine count is lower than normal. It's going to be lower. It's going to be 12 Marines instead of 16. Dusts him in, going for the expansion. And he should force a cancel. And there it is, does force that cancel. Oh, he can go for it again. Oh, not quite. Whew, not quite. Roaches do arrive. At the same time, Lings, they do harass across the map. They get 4 SCVs, not bad. Very nicely run by. And time again, getting up to 8 SCVs. Ay. Hellions, they race back home, but Bunny gets caught with his pants down. This time he gets punished for 10 SCV kills. And SHIN, I believe he is going to go for the all-in. SHIN, once again, how many workers do you see? 60. 60 drones, 3 base all-in out of SHIN, 4th base only for Larva. But this time, as opposed to last game, 10 SCV kills. This time the economy has been stifled for Bunny. This time it's not as ideal. And this time Bunny doesn't see the all-in coming. Remember, last time he was able to see this ahead of time. He was able to react, able to respond. Bunny, he's in the dark. He's in the dark. He's out of position. Roach Ravager moving in. Bunny trying to respond. Tank to siege. CC taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. Second tank has arrived. Oh, they're stacked. Oh no! Yeah, miscontrol here. The tanks, they do stack. One tank goes down, second tank as well, and SHIN, he's done it. SHIN, he has done it. He has broken the back of Bunny. GG gets called, and SHIN ties up the series 1-1. GG. This time, SHIN having a much stronger 3 base all-in. This time, again, he was able to get more SCV kills in the lead up to the 3rd base, and also afterwards as well, just getting, I want to say in total, 18 SCV kills throughout the course of that game. So 18 SCVs did slow down his opponent. Likewise, this time Bunny did not scout. He did not see the push. And with that, that leads us here into the ace match. Let's go. That leads us into game 3, and we'll see how this story ends. We'll see how this story ends. Now, does SHIN go for the same 3 base all-in 3 games in a row? There's a high chance, Pappy. There's a high chance that happens. No. So getting into our next game. Game 3 is going to be on Frostline. Ooh, Frostline, I would say, is actually known for this kind of play. Frostline is a large map, that is true, but has very open 3rd bases. Open 3rd, open 4th base, so 3 base all-ins, they hit quite hard on this map. They hit very hard, they are more difficult to defend, And we'll see if we embrace it for a third game in a row. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. We go. We made it all the way to the ace match. SHIN, he has gotten to that 3-base all-in 2 different ways, true, but in the end, all roads lead to Rome. Going into Roaches, going to +1 Carapace, going into only 60 workers, and just committing across the map. We'll see if he does it again. Once again, welcome to Frostline. As we mentioned previously, Frostline has some very exposed bases and very difficult to defend locations. I'm referring to this linear third base and the triangular third base as well. Something that they do have in common here is how wide the ramps are coming into the bases and how wide or how large the bases are in general here. So aggressing players that go for all-ins, they actually have potential to actually have a greater concave against the defending player. So there's kind of a lot of angles here, a lot of avenues of attack. Likewise, there's also this center location in between all the bases, so SHIN can even rotate. If he were to attack one of these bases, he can rotate in between them towards the natural as well and try to catch ByuN out of position, try to catch him off guard. It's just a very accessible kind of crossroads here between the natural, the third, and the fourth base. So defending can be quite difficult on Frostline, more so than on other maps, like even Amygdala, even Abyssal Reef, near Violet Square, or the other large maps. So, because that, just not even in this matchup, but in ZVP and in PvT, we see a lot of all-ins. We see a lot of all-ins on Frostline with a lot of success as well. Later and longer games are more of a rarity on this map. Not impossible, but just more rare. So we'll see how our players will approach this. As Reaper does get across the map. I will say that to give a little bit more praise to SHIN, it wasn't just about, you know, his overall all-in wreaking havoc. We touched on it, I want to emphasize it again. The fact that SHIN, he was so much on top of his run-bys, like Ling run-by time and time again, just forcing ByuN back home and punishing ByuN and getting SCV kills. We saw that after game 1, SHIN, he was very much so kind of locked in, or a little more attuned to ByuN's style, and a little more willing, a little more ready here to punish him and to counterattack and to, you know, wreak havoc across the map. It led to the success of the all-in for SHIN. Just the non-stop run-bys. As ByuN will score with his pants down multiple times. Meanwhile, send the opener out of SHIN. Hatch gas pool. Send the opener. Meanwhile, ByuN does mix it up. Do you see what I see? No third command center and 1-1-1. No third command center, just going for a 1-1-1 instead. I do think that this is ideal against roach heavy players. Against roaches, banshees are ideal defensively, offensively as well. It's a very aggressive start here by ByuN. As opposed to the previous games, ByuN, he will have extra Hellions and he will have faster Banshees. So a very aggressive build. This is not an all-in. This will still lead into a third CC, but the third CC is going to be late. It's going to be a later third base here for ByuN. Overlord goes in for the scout. The Overlord will confirm the reactor on the factory, so he's aware of the 1-1-1. Or at least the variation. Technically, for SHIN, seeing his vision, he knows. Yeah, he saw the research. He saw the research, so he knows there is no command center. He knows it is late. SHIN once again, Roach Warren. Goes to the Roaches. Going to be on SHIN here to keep up with the Hellion rotations. Again, there are more Hellions than previously. They're looking for an opening. As Hellions are active, Lings, they do pipe past the Hellions. They go straight for the natural once again. We spoke about the Ling run-bys, and once again, we do get into the middle line. SV is going to be going down. Gets one SCV so far. Hellions, they race back home. Ooh, getting up to 3 SCV kills. Ay. Not like this. And ByuN forced back. He's forced to defend. behind this standard follow-up, going into a 3-1-1 alongside his third command center. Likewise, SHIN is droning, SHIN is saturating. No early Evo chamber this time. They're close on carapace. Likewise, the Banshees have been wreaking havoc. They get 4 drone kills so far. Banshees, they move in once again. Getting another drone. Getting 5. Getting 6. Six workers go down. Rotating into the main. SHIN is going double Evo chamber. This tells us he's going for a longer game. He's not going for the all-in, not this time. SHIN is macroing. He's getting a 4th base. He's droning up. Evo chamber. Oh, sorry, gas geyser does go down. It's denied. Bunny is gearing up for his own move out. But looks like SHIN is comfortable getting into a more standard game state. Going to 1-1 upgrades this time, not just carapace. Likewise, look at the drones. Previously, he never made more than 60. Now he's up to 75. So 75 workers, now taking up into Hive Tech. He will be joining up the 4th. Aliens poke in. But again, because of the initial build of Bunny, he can't really threaten this space. Not yet. Bunny gonna be force back. Here, SHIN, he's now building up his roaches. He's getting ready for the push. And it should be hitting momentarily. It's actually hitting a little bit later than usual. I think part of this is also because of the later expansion. But 1-1 is still not yet done. Ideally, you want to hit with it. This one is going to be forced back. Hive production has begun. Get into his hive. A scan does reveal it. We see SHIN poking out, but SHIN, he's droning behind this. Like SHIN, he has no intention to commit. Yeah, runs into the tanks. SHIN pulling away. Building up his army. Getting into Lingbane Roach Ravager. And that 1-1 timing for Bunny, he doesn't hit it. He doesn't hit it. He's staying back home. I mean, it is difficult to be active specifically in this location, but okay, there we go. He moves out. I was going to say that he could be prone to getting surrounded. SHIN, he does spot the army. SHIN getting in position. And now Banelings are not ready. True, Baneling's speed is still on the way. Dropping the main does distract. And SHIN, can he hold on? Bunny sims in. Where's the Biles? Tanks like she's up a little bit far behind. SHIN trying to engage. Go for the army here. Bunny. Hive is done. Ultra Cavern on the horizon. Getting into Ultras. Ultras. Likewise, SHIN is maxed out. And that's a decent tank spread here for Bunny. Banelings, they roll in. And Bunny's trapped. He's trapped against the corner. Banelings, they will knock it with the bio. But the tanks are being cleaned up. And SHIN, he has enough. He barely has enough. He cleans up the army. And Bunny plummets in supply. At the same time, dropping across the map. And still rallying in. He's still going. Bunny still rallying forward. And SHIN needs more Banelings. The drop does distract. SHIN's still trying to recover. Ultra Camera's on the way. Sorry, Ultra's on the way even. 4 Marines. They're gonna get a kill. It's close. It's so close, man. Oh my god, and can he get it? He can! One more! Oh my god! 7 HP! One more shot. At the same time, Bunny pushing forward. Catching out a couple of roaches. Let's get a couple of roaches. Banshees are going for the expansion. Uh-oh. Queen's out of position. Queen's now coming in. No transfuse. Hatchery goes down, losing both bases. Yeah, the 4th and the 5th go down. Ay, ay, ay. No transfuse in time. SHIN, he's on 90 drones, but he's long distance mining. At the same time, though, Bunny also stuck on 66 workers as well. Stuck on 66. Oh, he was A-Raxing. Oh, yeah, he was A-Raxing. Bunny, he was basically 3-base all in. So 3-base all in here from Bunny. Did fail. I mean, it did kill some bases, don't get me wrong. Just hoping for more. So late 4th expansion for Bunny. So after killing these bases, he's not as far ahead as he otherwise should be. Because he never intended for a 4th base. He was hoping he could end the game by now. Just now landing it. But he rotates. SHIN, he's got ultras. Ultras are ready. Kindness plating is done. He already has +2. SHIN, he actually doesn't come in to reinforce. The base is going to be denied. He can't save it. There's a cancel. SHIN instead, he just goes for the counter attack. He just goes for the run by. Mine shots going up. He just ignores the army, goes for the 3rd, takes down 11 SCVs. Vipers have arrived. Oh, going for the power bombs. And SHIN is coming in for the surround. The Vipers are getting caught out. We have ultras coming in from behind. Bit of an awkward assault. Planetary's not ready. A nice catch here on one of the ultras. Doesn't go down though. Ultra does live. SHIN, he pulls away. He's retaking his bases. Now he has proper saturation, at least for the most part. SHIN is remaxed. He has yet to begin +3. So no +3 carbase yet. And again, SHIN is more concerned with remaxing. Just maxing out. Oh, jeez, the fungal. Catching out a couple of Medivacs, not bad. They're actually being shut down. At the same time, all planetary falls to the ultras, and Bunny just running out of steam. He has a large army, but he has no longevity. He's all in. Fungal connects once again. Base is abandoned. Bunny, he breaks the expansion. Not bad. I mean, Bunny has a massive army supply. He has a lot to work with. But he's down to 3 bases. Likewise, SHIN down to 4. Down to 4 expansions. Bunny rotating over. He does rotate. We have how many infestors left? One infestor, 2 vipers. That fungal was going to be so crucial. Changelings, they spot the army. SHIN collapsing in. And Bunny's not ready. SHIN, he doesn't quite catch the army. Oh, was that a kill? Yeah, kill and cancel. Expansion goes down. Bunny, he's still very much so all in, but like he can still win the game. Like this is still a terrifying force for Bunny. Meanwhile, mainly ultras, they dive forward. He wants the fungal. Gets a power. Oh no! Oh my god. 3 medivacs go down. And there's no escaping this. There's no escaping. The Bio Army has to get the hell out of here. Heavily overstimmed. Oh my god, even pushing friendly fire. And SHIN's done it. SHIN, he has done it. Bunny just bleeding out so much. Too much even. Nice wine shots. One mines to connect. Lanes on the right hand side. SHIN is supply blocked, which is slowing him down. Uh-oh. You want that fungal? He does fungal, does catch the army. And SHIN's done it. SHIN's done it. He has broken the back of Bunny. Ultras, they come in from behind. They collapse on the forces, on the Marauders, on the Marines. And Marauders, they're kiting well. They're trading as well as they can. But again, there's all... So yoink one of the Marauders. Let's go. Let's go. Get over here. GG gets called. And SHIN, he will take the series 2-1. Taking down Bunny and advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. We spoke earlier how all-in's a favorite on this map, and we assumed that it was going to be SHIN. We assumed it was going to be SHIN going for the all-in, but no, it was Bunny. Bunny, he went for a 3-base all-in, he went for an 8-racks. I apologize for not noticing until after it had failed, until realizing, like, hold on, he has no 4th CC, he has no expansion. Again, Bunny was committed, and he was doing some damage, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't enough. Was not enough. He didn't really get any drone damage, he didn't really get any critical economic damage. He was able to snipe some bases, but always at a cost, and he just didn't have enough momentum to keep things going. In the end, SHIN, he barely held, he barely survived, and once he got into Hive Tech, he sealed the deal. Sealed the deal with his Ultras and with the Spellcasters. GG. GG, well played. With that, SHIN, who will advance on. Bunny is knocked out of the tournament, and the question becomes, who's up next? Where are we headed? Where are we headed here? As we switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. From the bottom, we have, of course, SHIN. SHIN does advance on to the quarterfinals. SHIN is going to be facing off against the winner of SKillous and MaxPax. SKillous and MaxPax, they're currently mid-series. They're currently facing off. Scrolling up, we have Creator. Creator takes down... Oh, hold on. Let's move this over a little bit. We have Creator. Creator takes on Showtime 2-1. herO takes on Mana 2-0, and we have Creator versus herO facing off in a PvP. Scrolling up, Cure. Cure takes down Spirit 2-0 as well. Cure waiting for the winner of Solar and Lambo as they're facing off. Yo, shout out to Shameless. I mentioned earlier that I was very tempted to cast Lambo versus Shameless, and it went all the way to the ace match. So shout out to Shameless. Lambo Shameless went all the way to game 3. I'm sure it was a banger of a series. In the end, Lambo did take it. Scrolling up, we have ByuN. ByuN takes down Classic 2-1. herStum takes down Lemon. It goes to the ace match as well. Shout out to Lemon here for taking a map and for forcing the ace match against herStum. And Clem is now up against herStum in the round of 16. Let's go. Let us go. So the round 16 is almost fully wrapped up. Almost completely. But now we have some downtime. We could try to catch herO versus Creator. Likewise, we could try to catch some of these other matches as well. But for the most part, I'm most interested in waiting for MaxPax and SKillous to open up and to be able to jump in or to be able to follow them into SHIN. That is the plan. To follow that series. Let's see, is anyone casting that, by the way? Let's have a look. Steadfast is covering Clem and herStum. Rex was with us. I don't think many of the other language casters are casting at the moment. Hold on. Like, I was talking earlier about, like, TKL and stuff, but I don't actually see many of them online. So, yeah, we might not actually have many other language casters covering today. But regardless, we're going to be waiting. We're going to be waiting here for MaxPax and SKillous. That is the plan, and then we'll follow that into SHIN. Meanwhile, as I mentioned, Steadfast is covering Clem and herStum. I don't think anyone is casting herO versus Creator at the moment, but I'm sure it's going to be a good matchup nonetheless. Thought Weibo Gaming folded when Oliveira retired. If you did tune into the podcast, you would know that Weibo Gaming, they disbanded their SE2 roster when Oliveira retired. That is true, but as a team, like, they're still, you know, they're still active in other esports. They opened up their roster. I guess they opened up their SE2 division again, quote unquote, with SHIN a couple of weeks ago. Koka's covering Clem and Fetch. Oh, there you go. There you go. But yes, for now we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break here, so take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. Right now, the current plan is to wait for MaxPax and SKillous to wrap up their game. I don't know if they're in Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3, so ideally we can either jump in mid-series or we can follow the winner into SHIN. That is the plan. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes here for some more WardiTV Monday. See you soon. See you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal overseas return. We returned here with the quarterfinals of the WardiTV Monday number 32, and we have our fresh series, our PVZ. And this morning in the top right corner of Ley Lines, we have our Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And this morning, in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing his new team, Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. Here we go, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Again, it happened off stream, but MaxPax, he just took down SKillous 2-0. Big win there for MaxPax. I believe Pommy was covering that over on his own channel, Sub-Zero as well, so you can check that out over on their VODs. Alas, MaxPax did come out on top, and now we have a fresh best of 3. For some greater context, the winner of this series will advance on to the semi-finals. I believe the winner will face off against the winner of herO and Creator in those lower semis. Here we go. Meanwhile, I believe the entirety of the quarterfinals are now underway. Round 16 has concluded. Now it's purely 8 players remaining here in the tournament, and we'll see how SHIN will approach the problem that is MaxPax. MaxPax, of course, he is coming in as a heavy hitter here, poised to make a deep run in the event. We'll see if SHIN can stop him. We'll see if he can slow him down. Now, we have seen SHIN actually defeat MaxPax quite a few times, especially back in December, coming into January, but a lot of that was based and predicated off of more aggressive builds and more unorthodox styles and all-ins more than anything. Now, and bearing in mind that was also back when the patch was fresh, when the map pool was new. Nowadays, it has been played out. Now the meta has settled since the patch, since the map pool, and that is where MaxPax has been able to settle and thrive more than anything. And we'll see if SHIN can try to cause that upset, as it would be an upset here. We'll see. We'll see if we can pull it off. I want to believe at least in an ace match. But now Stargate open out of MaxPax. Now bearing in mind that MaxPax, he is known for having this matchup as being his weakest matchup. MaxPax for a long time had the best PvP in the world. Of course, his PvT is top tier as well, arguably the best in the world as well. Of course, Clem's Protoss has something to say about that. True. Clem. But for the most part, like those are the matchups where he thrives in the most, where you can pit him against any player out there and he has a good chance on bringing them down, referring to Terran and Protoss players. Against Zerg, this has always been his kind of weakest matchup, but even then, when I say weakest matchup, I think like, instead of like, 80% win rates, like 75 or 70% or something like that. Like, it's still a matchup that he's still quite well versed in, strong in, powerful in, and still favored over SHIN. We'll see though. We shall see. For now, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of our Zerg player. Likewise, MaxPax back at home, going for his own Stargate into Oracle. So far, so good. Does shade away. So shade away. From the side of SHIN, so far we're keeping an eye out on a couple different things here. We're looking for early Evo Chamber, early Rotorn, and early Lair. Different tech paths, different kind of approaches here to the game. Our eyes are open here for what SHIN will bring to the table. As Oracle does hit the mineral line, getting 1, 2, 3 drones so far. Nice damage. Oh, the Oracle takes. Oh god, the Oracle goes down. Ay. Big overextension here for MaxPax. This is a little bit uncharacteristic here, and that should not have happened. So already a strong start for SHIN. We'll lose 3 drones, but as well worth losing or sniping an Oracle. So well worth it for SHIN. Likewise, the other Oracle takes some hull damage. So MaxPax, we've got to tighten things up here. Do have to tighten things up. Behind this third base into a Twilight Council, no Forge yet. I don't think this is early enough to be Glaives. I'm leaning towards early Blink here from MaxPax into potentially a 3-base all-in. We'll see what MaxPax brings to the table here, bearing in mind no Forge. So the Forge is going to be delayed for MaxPax. We'll see if he goes into Blink or something more sinister. There we go. Late Forge, should be Blink. Now, with this earlier Blink timing, MaxPax, he can be more active early on. He can threaten some of the bases, specifically the 4th base of SHIN, as Blink is on the way. Blink is on the way here. Likewise, Oracle back at home. Oh, God, does get zoned. 4th base on the way for SHIN. Droning up, saturating. Getting to his lair. Does work towards the lair. Eva chamber on the way. I'm leaning towards Ling Hydra here and skipping roaches. I mean, there's no roach horn, so Shin, he's cutting corners, skipping roaches. Going into most likely plus on melee. MaxPax, remember, is being active earlier on. As Blink is halfway done. Being cornered as we speak. MaxPax, he's pushing. And we'll see if Shin can survive this. Ooh, as Shin is going into +1 range, my apologies. Is going Ling Hydra, but going into the range upgrades instead. With that, he's going to be going for more Hydra heavy style. Slings a poke in. Okay, threading across the map. Going for the Stalkers. They get one, they get two. Blink is not done. And Blink is not complete. Very nice catch here from Shin. Taking down 2 Stalkers. Hydras are amassing. And we'll see if Shin decides to join up his 4th. For now, just focusing on purely Hydra production. Did mention earlier with the +1 range, of course, he does want to make as many Hydras as he can. We have some links to reinforce, to buffer. As MaxPax is moving in. Trying to catch reinforcements. Forcing the engage. Res does pick out 1 Hydra. Oof. Please out a Stalker. With the range upgrades comes Lurker tech, so Shin, he is droning. He's droning, he's taking up into Lurkers as quickly as he can. That's going to be a 7-minute Lurker den. So far, Shin, he's holding. He's holding, he's surviving, getting ready for a Ling run by, gets behind the army. Attempts to surround, stasis goes off. Yeah, brutal stasis. MaxPax, he gets away. Nice star stepping here by Shin. Forcing out those blinks. Does force the blinks. MaxPax setting up back at home with a massive field of stasis traps. Remember, Shin, he has no intention of committing here. He's just waiting for his Lurkers, just buying time and gaining map control. And moving into Hive Tech. Hive is on the way. Does saturate his 4th, getting up to 80 workers. And so far, Shin looking very comfortable here. Remember, MaxPax, he went for earlier blink. His goal was to get some damage done, to trade against the army, to threaten the 4th base, and he failed to do so. So it's a rougher start for MaxPax. The Lurker production has already begun. And Shin, he's looking very secure. Very safe, very sound. Shin has momentum. MaxPax, yes, he has Storm, but at this point, Lurkers, I mean, they're already out. Lurkers are ready. That Storm timing is not as threatening. Oh, meanwhile, one Lurker goes down. Nice target farming, gets 1. Shin does overextend. Needs to preserve those Lurkers. Speaking of, 2nd Lurker gets picked off. Very nice snipes here by MaxPax. Takes down 2 Lurkers. Still a run by is attempted. Does trade well against these Lings. So they get surrounded. Meanwhile, we have Skytoss on the horizon. MaxPax embracing Skytoss as best he can. Another Lurker goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2 more. And Shin once again overextending. Bleeding out a lot of Lurkers already. That's 4 Lurkers going down. Shin denies mining. Takes off a couple of drones. The Prism gets zoned out of the main. We have the Nidus Storm on the way for Shin. He has no vision across the map yet. But he's getting his upgrades. Getting Lurker range. Tempest production has begun. Now, the kill move here for Shin is to Lurker into the main. If he can get on top of the production, he can end the game here. Right now, both armies are distracted. Lings, they run into cells. Oh, they run into storms. This one does go for another warp in. Not much at home to defend. Uh-oh. Yeah, SHIN, he has to rotate. He has to respond. SHIN, he is keeping up. Let's take another storm. Tempest is about to reveal itself, and we have the Overseer going into the main. Again, that's what the Knight is. So Knight is into the main base. MaxPax, he does have a warp in. There we go, does warp in time. Thankfully, he wasn't maxed out. Oh! First Tempest does get away. The Nidus is dealt with. SHIN, meanwhile, gaining ground, getting on top of the High Templar. Forcing out some storms, or at least trying to. Still plenty of storms available. Massive storm on the Lings. Lings getting caught out. Another Nidus into the main. MaxPax, is he ready for this though? Yeah, he is. Does have his army in position. Center base is going to fall. That's a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickup. Oracle goes down as well. No more revelations. Some key beagles here from SHIN. Likewise, lurkers, they get almost into the mineral line. Picking up a couple of probes. A couple of workers going down. And meanwhile, Zell warping across the map. SHIN, he's keeping up. Doesn't lose too much. And meanwhile, lurkers, they also move in. They have to evacuate. The lurkers go down. SHIN, his Spire is going to be delayed here, so there's no good answer to the Tempest yet. We've already gotten up to 5 Tempest. That's a lot of Tempest here for MaxPax. Again, MaxPax is getting to his ideal army. Tempest, Archon, Immortal Storm is exactly what you want in the late game. Likewise, MaxPax's army is split. He's ready on the right-hand side. He's ready. He's locked in. SHIN, he's missed his window. Like, his kill move, his kill shot was to try to Nidus into the main base, but he was unable to do so. And now MaxPax is getting out of hand. He is getting out of hand, getting out of control. Links on forward, denies mining. Yeah, the hatchery is going to go down. Oh, does launch forward. Doesn't get the mothership. SHIN behind this, he's building up more Corruptors. Corruptors are amassing. SHIN, he's trying to hold the line. MaxPax gaining more ground, getting another 2 lurkers. Ay, ay, ay. How many lurkers are left? Down to 1. 1 lurker remaining. Without lurkers, this ground army is going to get out of hand. Yeah, and he's done it. MaxPax, he has broken SHIN. Pushing in from both angles here. Bases are under fire. There's just nothing to stop him. SHIN, he just let out so many lurkers in the process. Now going for the dive. Does push forward. Takes down the Tempest. Plenty of Corruptors. Mothership goes down. Tempest as well. But what about the ground army? Again, looks like there are barely enough lurkers to defend. At the same time, though, yeah, GG gets called. He just gets pulled apart. And MaxPax, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. MaxPax does take a lead in the series. Again, SHIN, I would say, had a stronger early game, especially when it came to getting up into his lurker tech. But we did mention how SHIN, he had a bit of a window. He had a timing to hit with his lurkers, and he failed to do so. He tried to go for the Nidus into the main base multiple times. He tried to pull apart his opponent, but once the Tempest count got high enough, suddenly SHIN, he lost map control. He lost control, he lost momentum, he could not keep up. His Spire was late, his Corruptors were late, and he was just bleeding out far too many lurkers. At a certain point, once the lurker count got low enough, that was game. That was game then and there. MaxPax just tore him apart. GG, well played. And MaxPax will take a lead in the series. Again, just really patient play. I didn't get to emphasize it too much, but it was so important that MaxPax wasn't maxed. It's a very unique kind of feature when it comes to PvZ and even PvT as well, where you want to make sure you have warp-ins available for something like drop play or for something like a Nidus Worm. If he was maxed out, you wouldn't be able to warp in. You'd have to recall instead, which is more committed. So you did have some free supply to warp in to deal with the Nidus Worms and to shut that down. GG. GG, well played. With that, MaxPax takes the lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. And we're going to be loading into a much smaller map here, from Ley Lines into Whispers of Gold. we go. Getting into game 2. And again, last game, SHIN, he just got outscaled. Essentially, SHIN, he was hoping he could end the game before the Sky Toss, before that late game composition, but he just could not get there in time. Could not end the game in time, I should say. And we'll see if he can have better success on a smaller map, where aggression is favored. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. Go. There's our calming down. So calming down, we're settling in. And again, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold. Whispers of Gold being, of course, one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Very short rush distance by ground. Likewise, aggression is favored on this map. Speaking of aggression, hello, we're going for a hatch block. So SHIN looking to spice things up here in game number 1. Does move in with the hatchery at the natural. Hatchery has been placed. Now this is not an all-in. This is going to be a hatch opener here out of SHIN. And the goal here is to just delay the expansion of his opponent, force a reaction, force out a second gateway, force out some zealots. SHIN behind this is going for his gas geyser into a spawning pool. So hatch gas pool. Now the scariest thing here for SHIN is going to be the early game defense, just because he's forcing out units, he's forcing out zealots, forcing out adepts. He'll force out a small army early on for MaxPax, then he has to deal with those consequences afterwards. We'll have to deal with that. As the hatchery has been thrown down, the first zealot has arrived. We have the adept follow-up. Ooh, and MaxPax is actually just rallied across the map. Okay, bold move. But he's chronoing. Now, the downside here for this build for SHIN is he will have later link speed and, of course, later production. Okay, yeah, never mind. I was about to say, yo, do we just commit? Meanwhile, the hatchery does complete, just buying as much time as possible. Here we go, adepts, they do move out. They ignore the base. And two adepts, they can one-shot drones. This has to be taken very seriously here. As SHIN behind this, he evacuates the natural. He's massing up Lings. Ling speed is on the way. And we do have Glaives on the horizon. Going for the Twilight Council. Adepts, they threaten the shade. Do threaten the shade, they do catch a Ling. 2 Lings even. 2 Lings go down, hatchery is killed. I love that we have the Overlord on the way, which is going to buy some time. I mean, the Overlord, yeah, going to be able to get some value here, get some scouting in the main base Glaive Adept. So it's going to be a Glaive follow-up here from MaxPax. SHIN trying to confirm he will be able to with the Overlord scouts. You know, Queens, they're defending back at home. They are defending. Meanwhile, it is going to be the proxy gateway here. Lings, they try to catch out the adepts. SHIN claiming his third. He doesn't see the proxy though. Gets one adept, and SHIN, he doesn't check. I mean, why would you? Adepts are reinforcing. Third base gets spotted, and SHIN is in trouble. SHIN, he is massing Lings, but Glaive Adepts, they want to fight against Lings. That's what they want. That's why they're here. There's a cancel. There's a cancellation. We have 7 adepts. SHIN trying to keep up. We have a Dark Shrine follow-up as well. Just hyper aggression out of MaxPax. Ay. There's that Roach Horn. It's on the way. SHIN, he pulls back into gas. Pulls back in. Pulls back in. Drones, they pull away. There's a cancellation on the Shade. Getting the Queens. He gets one. He's going to get two. Oh, barely not. Lings, they move into buffer, but alas, Adepts, they're positioned well between the gas geysers. They go for the drones, and MaxPax, he's done it. He's done it. He has broken SHIN. Cleans up all the Lings, gets 4 drone kills, nice mining, got one of the Queens, going for another. Second Queen goes down. And SHIN, he cannot keep up. He cannot keep up. Not against this. GG gets called. MaxPax's snowballs out of control, and MaxPax will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A very aggressive response out of MaxPax. I'm curious. I haven't really seen that response before, but again, he ignored the hatchery. He zoomed across the map with the Adepts, which meant that the droning and the economy was delayed for SHIN more so than usual. Likewise, unfortunately, SHIN, he did miss the proxy. He didn't realize he was being all-in. He didn't realize that Glaives were coming as quickly as they were. He was caught with his pants down. He wasn't ready for it. He did respond and react with a Roach Horn, but last it was too little too late. GG. GG, well played with that. MaxPax will claim the series, and MaxPax does advance on to the lower semis. Let's go. GG, well played. MaxPax will advance on into lower semifinals, and it looks like we have the lower semis ready for us. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. We have our next series here. It's going to be a PvP between MaxPax and herO. Let's go. So hold on, can I make this a little bit cleaner? There we go. Okay, so from the top, Clem takes down ByuN 2-0. Clem, he does advance on to the upper semifinals, and Clem is waiting for the winner of Solar and Cure, as Cure took down Spirit and Solar took down Lambo. So we do have a ZVT currently underway. Meanwhile, herO took down Creator 2-0. We have our next series. We have that PvP between herO and MaxPax. By the time we wrap this up, we might be able to catch the upper semifinals as well. So ideally, we can catch both. That is the hope. Here we go. Aggression is the best response against this proxy hatch means. I mean, I would say that it worked a little bit better just because SHIN, he didn't just hatch block. The hatch block is just designed to delay the expansion. That's all it is. But SHIN, he took it one step further and he let it finish. If you remember, he let the hatchery finish, he let it complete, which means that he had less resources to make extra queens, to make extra lings, to make extra drones like that. That's a lot of minerals that was invested there. And again, the goal of that hatchery is to keep the army busy, to give you time to respond. But MaxPax, he just ignored it, right? He just ignored it in a sense. Like the Zealot, of course, was dealing with it, but yeah, it was an interesting response, one that you don't often see. Like, it's very common for Protoss players to focus the hatchery first and then move out. So yeah, just a more unique response out of MaxPax. Did work very well for him, of course. And it wasn't just that, it also came down to the proxy that was hidden. If SHIN had scouted the proxy, then I'm sure he would have had a much stronger defense to shut it down and given more time to react and to respond. But alas, he wasn't aware or didn't have the wherewithal to scout for something like a proxy. Didn't realize how much danger he was in. But yeah, GG. GG, well played with that. That leads us into our semifinals. Looks like the readers are done and we are jumping into game number 1. Jumping into game 1. It's going to be on Sandworm. Huevo Gaming. Yes, Huevos Gaming. Huevo. Ah. Beautiful. All the eggs. As we are setting up and getting ready. So game 1 is going to be on Sandworm. And we'll see how this does unfold. Again, here in MaxPax, they often go back and forth. We've often seen them take each other out time and time again, whether it's in the WardiTV Monday, whether it's in the Monday night weeklies as well. They do often trade, and we'll see who's able to claim the win this time, and which of these two will be the Protoss representative in the grand finals. Who is it going to be? As the players are ready, and we are loading in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Sandworm, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Slashdome Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing his new team, Twisted Minds. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gambit time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Coming into this, it's going to be a lot closer here. Coming into MaxPax and SHIN, MaxPax, he was favored, 100%. But between these two, it is a lot less clear-cut here, as we have often seen herO and MaxPax trade blows, go back and forth in series and matches. In the past, I would have said that MaxPax was favored. In the past, I would have said that MaxPax has the best PvP in the world. That has since changed coming into the new patch. MaxPax, I should say MaxPax's opener. MaxPax's opener has become a lot more prevalent, a lot more mainstream, a lot more meta. And we often see herO emulating MaxPax, if not even out-greeting MaxPax in this matchup as well. It's really interesting to see the evolution of PvP, specifically since November. It has been fascinating, as PvP has changed very drastically since what it looked like a year ago, at least when it comes to like the upper echelons of players. So now we have our Gate Cybercore opener. So herO, he's going for a faster economy, so is MaxPax. Mirrored builds. So we do have mirrored builds here. And this is what I'm referring to. If you're familiar with PvP, you'll know that very often PvP would be MaxPax going for this opener and often defending its all-ins. That would just be the dynamic for years, I would say. Nowadays, though, again, ever since the latest patch, that is no longer the case. As you can see, herO, he does take the faster Nexus. So it's Gate into Cybercore into faster Nexus out of herO. herO, he is out-greeting MaxPax. This is a very common dynamic between the two players. MaxPax instead going for a faster Stargate and a delayed natural. So this should lead into Phoenix Wars. herO, he goes for a slightly later Stargate, but he knows the Stargate is on the way, so herO should be making Phoenixes. Now, what is dangerous here is that MaxPax, oh no, he scouted. MaxPax, he also scouted, he should be making Phoenixes as well. So welcome one and all to Phoenix Wars. This is how Phoenix Wars are made, how they're born. Both players went Stargate, both players scouted each other, and both players should be making Phoenixes. Now, you can try to get away with oracles, but it is so difficult because, again, you're reliant on avoiding the Phoenix, somehow getting across the map and dealing critical damage. It is almost impossible to do. And Phoenix production has begun. Meanwhile, MaxPax does rally his first units across the map, trying to get damage done early on. Adepts are in position, and herO should defend. Okay, he will defend. He may lose a probe though. Yeah, one probe goes down. Oh, we're losing an Adept. So far, nice pick ups there from MaxPax, as the game will settle. Now, when it comes to Phoenix Wars, there are certain power spikes. We bring this up all the time, but we do have a power spike when it comes to the second Stargate. So we'll see who gets a second Stargate first and who starts double Phoenix production. Speaking of, there it is, second Stargate for MaxPax and second Stargate for herO. MaxPax, he is slightly ahead by only a couple of seconds. I wouldn't say it's the biggest of deals though. It's not worth one Phoenix, so with that, we do have more or less evenly timed Stargates. Now, the next big power spike is going to be the Fleet Beacon. There's going to be the Fleet Beacon with, of course, the Annual Pulse Crystals with Phoenix range. The other big power spike is with the Mothership as well. We could try to outposition each other early on, but it is very difficult. So the goal would be to try to catch reinforcing Phoenixes, try to outposition your opponents, and get in between your opponent's army and their production. Speaking of MaxPax, he's moving out. The Phoenix count is neck and neck, as he is stacking. Army is revealed. Gets the Adept. Nice pick up. Okay, calm down. Does get the Adept. herO throwing down some Spotted Pylons. Spotted Pylons are so crucial in this matchup just because Phoenixes don't shoot down. So Pylons, they're here to stay. And they give you so much vision. Meanwhile, the armies, they do stack. No engage yet. Now, stacking is crucial in PvP, sorry, in Phoenix versus Phoenix, just because if you don't stack, then some of your Phoenixes, they just won't attack. They'll be too far away. If you let them spread, then when it comes to the first fight, half your Phoenixes won't even get a shot off. So stacking is crucial to make sure you get the most amount of DPS possible in the fight. We'll see who dives in first. herO, he wants to fight. Oh, doesn't quite go for it. He pokes in, he pokes away. Try to catch his opponent off guard. Phoenix kind of in favor of MaxPax. He does engage. MaxPax losing. Oh, almost won. Yeah, rough start for MaxPax. He has to get the hell out of here. As herO, he does barely out-trade. Yeah, he collapses in. And herO, he should win this fight. Yeah, the first volley was brutal. Reinforcements though on the way. MaxPax trying to hold on, but nah, it's too late. It's too late. herO, he will overwhelm, and herO, he will take it. He will take it. One bad fight is all it takes. herO, he overwhelms the Phoenixes, forces him back. Reinforcements are on the way. But herO will chase down the final Phoenix. From here, he has to evacuate. He has to get out of here. Yeah, and he's just up. He's just perpetually ahead of Phoenixes. Now moving in. Camp the production. Just camping those Stargates. MaxPax, he attempts to surround. Nice surround. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Ay. It's still just so brutal here. Does pull away. Nice target firing. Doesn't quite get the Phoenix. With reinforcements, MaxPax, he is holding. Oh my god. Yeah, shield whatever he's done. MaxPax does hold. Here he has to pull away. The Phoenix count is neck and neck once again, so very impressive defense here by MaxPax. Again, it was so important that he just bought time. He bought time, he hit his Phoenixes, he waited for the production to kick in. And for the shield battery as well, so MaxPax, he survives. Whew, okay, he does survive. Now from here, we do see MaxPax with a faster fleet beacon, so herO, he got a little bit too excited. We have a bit of a back and forth. herO, he does have slightly faster bases. MaxPax has faster fleet beacon, faster annual pulse crystals. Again, things are looking dire for MaxPax, but he did survive. And now, Phoenix range. Phoenix range is on the way. A big power spike here for MaxPax. herO, he is late with his own Phoenix range. Yeah, so herO, he got too excited. He got too excited, man. Now, Phoenix range, that does ensure that MaxPax, he gets the first shot. He will get the first shot off, assuming he makes use of this timing. Bearing in mind that there is a small window. Phoenix range is on the way for herO as well, so there's a small window in time where MaxPax can try to take advantage of this upgrade. Otherwise, it'll just even up. As both ways are stacking. Phoenix range is finishing, and MaxPax is not being aggressive. He's not moving out. So it looks like, even though he has the upgrade, herO, he will catch up. He will catch up in the upgrade. Now from here, the next big timing is going to be the mothership. As herO, he's actually being active. He's moving out. Once again, you can see he's fishing for Phoenixes. Gets a probe. Up! Gets 3. 3 probes go down. Getting a 4th, getting a 5th. Nice economic damage. MaxPax trying to catch him out. herO does stack in time. Oh! Does commit. They do trade. They trade back and forth. herO, he does have a Phoenix lead. He still maintains it from earlier. And herO, he does outtrade. Does outtrade MaxPax. herO up to 12. MaxPax is down to 9. Ay. Shield batteries, they help support the army at times, but with this many Phoenixes, they're not really too applicable. And MaxPax, he's behind. I mean, he was behind from earlier, but MaxPax is up against the wall. Not impossible to recover, but so difficult. As herO, he commits in. Gets another volley off. And he can just bully. Yeah, this one he can chase. Can't chase him down. He's up, what, 6 Phoenixes? Ay, ay, ay. Up so many. Who even needs the mothership? Yeah, middle line going down as well. MaxPax, he cannot fight this head on, and with that herO, he will take the fight once again. Just dominating the skies, dominating the air. GG gets called, and herO, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. herO, he does take a lead in the series. Does take a lead. Again, MaxPax, unfortunately, he had some really rough engagements. He was caught out of position a couple of times. I'm referring to even the first fight where herO was able to take a lead. He was able to take a 1 Phoenix lead from there. And again, he got some extra shots off or some first volleys off as well when it came to catching MaxPax out of position at that 4th location. Just bullying the economy and just catching him out. The Pants, they were a little bit down, Pappy. They were a little bit down. With that, GG well played. herO does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. MaxPax had never won a Phoenix War against herO, right? No, he has. He has. I would say that they have a really interesting dynamic. herO, he used to have, I would say, a better win rate against MaxPax maybe a month ago, if you remember, where herO, he was very cheekily just rushing to a really fast second Stargate, and then MaxPax caught on to that. I want to say maybe 2 weeks ago, sort of thing. Like MaxPax, he has beaten herO before, but it's very close between the two of them. Still very close, and here we go. I want to say it was I think 2 weeks ago in El Dorado. I think we've seen MaxPax beat herO in Phoenix Wars. But here we go, spawning in the left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming down in the series. We'll see if he can recover, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Of representing Twisted Minds, it is herO. Someone who has really impressive Phoenix Wars, actually, and really impressive, that kind of game state is Showtime. I've seen quite a lot of Showtime versus MaxPax, where they also end up in that scenario, and Showtime, he also looks actually pretty crazy in Phoenix Wars and PvP. It's a rare sight, you don't often see it, but at least Showtime did leave a lasting impression in my mind. Now though, we are going to be settling in. And once again, we should be going for the same kind of game state. Right now, we do have a gate cyber into Nexus here from both players on the high ground. This should lead into, herO going for the fast Nexus. Very greedy, very greedy. Gate expand out of herO. This is the greediest build you can go for in PvP. And we'll see how MaxPax responds. We'll see if he can punish. Ooh. As there's a Cyber Core. So herO, he will have the economic lead. We mentioned this at the start of game 1, but this is very often the dynamic between the two players. herO is often greedier. He's often greedier. He's often forcing MaxPax to respond to him instead. Again, I mentioned earlier how the dynamic and the meta in PvP has changed quite a bit, and this is a part of that as well, where often it would be MaxPax being the quote-unquote greedier player and forcing reactions out of his opponent, but herO, he's now often doing the opposite to MaxPax, where he's just forcing these reactions. Meanwhile, gas steal in the main, let's go. I mean, the gas steal is nice. The problem is because of the faster Nexus, it doesn't matter. herO, he can just take the low ground gas instead. Meanwhile, Stargate open out of MaxPax. We should be seeing a Stargate out of herO as well. Now, what this Gas Geyser will do is it will force out a Zealot, or it should force the first unit to be more defensive and be stuck at her. As here, he has to use that Stalker to deal with that Gas Geyser. The Stargate's almost done. herO, he did Pylon Block, of course. Can he go for the Cyber Core? Nope, not quite. So no Cyber Core, but does go for the Pylon. And it looks like herO, he's not going into Phoenix Wars. He is aware of what his opponent is up to, and herO, he's going to respond with a ground army instead. He has, as I mentioned, MaxPax, he has beaten herO in Phoenix Wars. Plenty of times. Just because they played plenty of times as well. There's a lot of data when it comes to herO versus MaxPax. There's a lot of games, a lot of matches over the years, as they faced very often. face quite often. Twilight Counter opener at a herO, going into Blink. The initial gateway army has arrived. Shield battery is done here for herO. But this is still just a really tight defense here for herO. As for now, he's busy in the main. Oracle dives in, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3 probe kills already. Shield battery is late. Yeah, late shield battery at a herO. He gets punished. And just like that, MaxPax, he's recovering. He's not there yet. MaxPax is still down in workers quite heavily, actually. The MaxPax, he's recovering. Good start with the Oracle, I should say. Second Oracle in between the bases. Shield batteries are now done for herO. One sentry holding the line. Oh! Oracle is forced back. Oracle is zoned away. herO does defend. Shouts to the sentry, by the way. The sentry was doing all that DPS by itself. on its own. The Zealot, the Adept, the Stalker. The herO sentry. Of course, the sentry no longer tickles, in PvP specifically. Sentry actually has some decent DPS. Nice force fields, takes down the Zealot. Behind this, a Blink is on the way for both players. And we are getting out of Phoenix Wars. Let's go. Does that? He doesn't notice. Stasis goes off. Massive connection. Whew, nice bait there from MaxPax. Does catch the army. MaxPax rushing into a fast third. Again, MaxPax has been behind economically the entire game. He's going to be catching up with that third, if not overtaking. herO going for his third. Going for his own third base. Stage trap into the middle line. Gets denied. Quick reaction. Stage trap into the main. Likewise. Oh, herO, he won't be able to deny. It's massive connection. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, he didn't get the surround in time. herO getting called out. And MaxPax, he's in this game. It's back in this. herO behind this going into charge. Charge on the horizon. Going for his own forge and +1. Up. As 2 oracles, they can one-shot probes. 3, another 4 probe kills. Very nice damage. MaxPax does take a lead. herO hoping to try to catch out these, hoping to try to catch out the oracles, but they recall home in time. To recall home. As we're settling in, MaxPax, he is in a better position. He has a higher probe count. He has better saturation. Likewise, I believe, higher stalker count as well. Yep, he has more stalkers. Does catch the observer. Keen eyes at a MaxPax. And here, he's risking it all here, going for the Dark Shrine. So DT's on the way. Now, MaxPax, he does have the oracles, and this is a big part of PvP nowadays as well. We spoke about how the PvP matchup has changed quite a lot in the latest patch, and because of the strength of the NG overcharge, because of the change, now oracles are that much more important, and now we have a field of stasis traps. You can be even more defensive here, at least with MaxPax's playstyle of going for the Stargate opener, as we have stasis traps all over the place. As MaxPax collapsing in, setting up another trap. Another trap towards the left-hand side. herO, he does notice. You know, more traps on the way. MaxPax moving in between the bases. Does thread the main. herO, he tries to bait at the stasis blindly. Oh. Blindly trying to bait him out. Dark Templar have warped in. See, they're trying to avoid the main army as well. They are attempting to. Main army's going to be clashing. Did MaxPax notice? Double Oracle into the main, spending the energy, no revelations. Uh-oh. Yeah, Robo's on the way for MaxPax. DTs are welling in. Zero detection back at home. Probes are going to be going down. You got 6 probes, but it may not matter. There's the recall. You got 1 DT here into the third, 1 into the natural, and 1 into the main base. Probes are going down. And MaxPax scrambling for a defense. DTs are on A move. They're attacking Zealots. Oh my god, that stasis does connect. Grazing the army. So far, 12 probe kills. Getting into 13, 14. 14 workers going down. MaxPax is out of position. herO moving in. Uh-oh, another stasis. Oh, another stasis here is gonna connect. A brutal connection. And MaxPax, he will take the fight. He'll force herO back. Takes down the Immortal. herO's in trouble. And herO's gonna have to recall to get out of here. And even then, not gonna be easy. He'll save, what, 4 Stalkers. Stasis runs out. herO's still moving in. This time, no Stasis traps. Catching out some of those Zealots. Immortal does get the hell out of here. Does pull away. herO bleeding out a lot of units. MaxPax has an overwhelming ground army. Yeah, and MaxPax, he may just go for the kill. herO needs more warp wins, needs more time. Has to race back. No shield batteries. DT's moving out once again. Okay, we have shield batteries here at the 4th. Backup shield batteries on the way. Still gonna be a tough defense, so the Immortal goes down, and Prism goes down as well. MaxPax so close to breaking herO. Stasis goes off on the Zealots. More Stasis traps on the way. Catching another Immortal. Another Immortal goes down. Ay, ay, ay. And herO just cannot keep up. Not anymore. He's going for the warp in. He's trying to buy some time. Zealots had to do a great job tanking, but there's barely any Zealots. Stasis runs out. And MaxPax, he should have enough. He should have enough here. There is a reinforcing Immortal though. True. Oh no! That's every time. The Stasis. Stasis goes off. Boys are being pulled. MaxPax, he will not deny the warp in. Okay, that'll's finish. herO, he's holding on. He's holding. He has more probes. He's trying to hold on. Now they just cannot keep up. There's just too much momentum here for MaxPax. The Immortal goes down. MaxPax gets one more Immortal. Not going for the other. Does take a lot of hits in the process. herO trying to pull off this defense. But he just barely has an army. Yeah, boys being pulled once again. Here he'll lose that economic lead. Nice trades though. That's gonna be 16 probe kills. You know, MaxPax now is catching up on those upgrades, getting to +2. Warping in extra Stalkers. And he's going for the kill. Going for the kill, going for the throat. Setting up more Stasis traps. Let's go to the Stasis traps. And it does take a lot of getting used to playing against this style. I mean, there's a reason why herO did go for the earlier observers to help deal with some of them. So now the Stasis goes off, once again going for the dive. And MaxPax, he will tie this up. We will be going to the two-set ace match. herO trying to hold on, but it's a numbers game at this point. He just cannot keep up, not with this kind of supply, not with this kind of deficit. The DTs were good, but in the end, not enough. There's Revelation on the Dark Templar. Got a Hail Mary play there for herO. And GG gets called. MaxPax ties things up. We're going to game 3. GG. Whew. GG. Will a Stasis Trap trigger on a non-detected DT? No. You do need detection for it to trigger. Just like how you need detection to stasis borrowed units as well. Here we go. Here we go. We're jumping into the ace match. Here we go. Yeah, good. Yeah, the trap is not a detector. Trap is not a detector. Otherwise, you wouldn't need the revelation. Here we go. We're getting into our next game, into the ace match. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Leylines, we have our Danish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming, fighting back and tying up the series. We'll see if he can go all the way. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself from South Korea, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Let's go. And again, I feel like that last game was just a good showcase of how PvP has changed ever since the November patch, or I guess October patch. Again, because of the change to the NG Overcharge, because the introduction of NG Overcharge, it does kind of actually buff these Oracle openers even more, which MaxPax is known for, to the point where if he's able to preserve his Oracles, which he's amazing at, we just throw down fields of stasis traps. This is applicable to actually a lot of matchups nowadays, to not just PvP, it has also influenced and impacted PvZ and PvT as well, when it comes to Stargate openers in general, and Oracle-based play. But I feel like it's probably impacted PvP the most. When it comes to just the amount of stasis traps that you see. It's can be pretty intense and pretty insane. And again, hero's aware of that. That's why herO did open, and he was quite reliant on his observers. But at the same time, MaxPax was also catching some of them as well. And we saw that herO, he didn't really have an observer aggressive across the map, so he was still struggling with those stasis traps. And with that MaxPax, this time it's his turn. Gate expand. Let's go. MaxPax going for the greediest opener you can go for. herO on the flip side going for a gate into Cybercore. herO, he scouts, he confirms that MaxPax has gotten away with the greed. And now the pressure's on herO to punish. So here we go, Stargate open out of herO. We should be seeing a Stargate at MaxPax. Welcome one and all. Once again, we got here in game 1. We skipped it in game 2, but this should be the beginning of Phoenix Wars. As Stargate is on the way, MaxPax he's aware. Stargate now on the way for MaxPax as well. Phoenix Wars have begun. Here we go. Now again, Phoenix Wars, they can be really intense, as you saw previously, like one bad fight and that can cost you the game. We saw that, oh, herO, he does open up Oracle. We mentioned before, this is a very risky maneuver, and MaxPax, he scouts, he confirms he sees the Oracle. I was going to say that going for an Oracle opener does kind of rely heavily here on your opponent missing this and not being aware. This is going to be a difficult game here for herO. Not impossible, but difficult. So Krona's at the first Oracle, now into Phoenixes, but this tells me that herO is going to be down a Phoenix. Oh boy. It's going to be down Phoenixes, or the Adepts do move out. Shading to the main, they are denied. The Oracle will defend, not bad. Cleans up the Adepts. Adepts are cleaned up. MaxPax does have a worker lead. And MaxPax also has a Phoenix lead as well. Now here, he's aware of this. He knows that he's behind in the Phoenix count, so he has to be more defensive. Meanwhile, second Stargates are on the way for both players. Both players get into the second Stargates. If herO can sneak out across the map, then this Oracle can be worth it. But it is heavily reliant on that. Dep gets one probe. And one worker goes down. Oracle making his way across the map. And back at home, there is a shield battery. So the pulsar beam is not going to be enough. And here he does hide his Oracle for the time being. Again, the Oracle is not safe at home, so it has to hide it. Phoenix is moving out. herO, very bold move. He's being active here. Gets a probe. Gets a probe, shades into the middle line. He's trying to force it. I mean, he does force a lift. Doesn't quite find the opportunity though. Does catch a Phoenix. Oh, tries to at least. He gets one. Yeah, MaxPax out of position. Nicely done here by herO. Likewise, takes trap into the main. And herO, just like that, takes a lead. Does take a lead here. Again, he was able to wedge himself in between the main army and the production. So got one Phoenix. And one Phoenix sometimes all it takes. MaxPax now is more attentive. He does protect his production. Again, 10 to 9. Oh, herO here extends. Bleeds out one. And not the fight to take here. It is going to be brutal. Trades are even, but again, herO, he did miss control, or he did miss rally. He was in a good position. Despite that, herO still has a 1 Phoenix lead. Still up by 1. Now pulls away. Fleet being in production here for MaxPax, working towards Phoenix range. And Fleet Beacon not too far behind for herO. So we're calming down, we're settling in. We do have 8 and 8, so we're even in Phoenixes currently. We are even. And as we saw, like, there is some nice positional play you can go for, where you can try to like wedge yourself in between like the production and try to camp the Stargates or catch reinforcements. That's also why you can see MaxPax throwing down pylons. Like, it is so crucial here that you get vision on as much as you can, or where the army is, or where the Phoenixes are. Does catch the probe. Probe goes down. A very ambitious pylon here from MaxPax. MaxPax even throwing down a pylon in the natural. Let's go. And again, there's a reason why you can be so cavalier with these pylons is because there's nothing that shoots down. Like, you don't want to waste your gas on an adept or a stalker. So we have to make a zealot. Zealot will slowly clean this up. Phoenix range finishing up in 10 seconds. MaxPax, he wants to make use of that timing. He's moving in. And he's up in upgrades. Shoots first. Ooh, gets one. Massive pickup. He gets one already. Yeah, herO out of position. He wasn't ready. Extra shots going up. And MaxPax, he should be able to take this. Oh, I say that. Reinforcements on the way. Oh my god. They do trade. 9 and 6. herO, he does come out on top. That's the dangerous thing about fighting on your opponent's side of the map, is that the reinforcements, the production does kick in faster for the defending player. That's the defender's advantage. So here he did reinforce in time. So towards the end of that fight, herO, he was actually up in Phoenixes. Still even. I mean, I should say still slightly ahead for herO. Gets into the mineral line. Takes off 4 or 5 probes. From here, he gets the hell out of there. Pulls away. herO still up 2 Phoenixes. If you're curious, why is he up 2 Phoenixes production? herO, he's been on 3 Stargates for longer. So he's making 3 Phoenixes at a time. Meanwhile, only 2 at a time for MaxPax. Oh, the ship is on the way. herO trying to camp that Stargate. Oh! Trades, 1 for 1. Moves in. Still has a Phoenix advantage. herO, he just take the fight. You just take it from here. Gets 1. And he will overwhelm. herO, he will take it. GG gets called. herO, he will take the series 2-1, eliminating MaxPax and advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. Hi. GG. Very intense back and forth. Again, herO towards the end there, towards the kind of final quarter of that game, he was up a Stargate. He had 3 Stargates to the 2 of MaxPax. That's why herO was up 2 Phoenixes. He was outproducing MaxPax and of course punishing the economy. and with that did flex his Phoenix advantage. GG well played. herO does claim the series, and herO does advance on to the finals. Did the Oracle ever get used? It got used once. I mean, technically it defended against the first 2 adepts, but if you remember, the moment where oh, I should also make sure I don't get left behind. The moments where herO caught the first Phoenix. If you remember, when he went in between the army and the Stargates at the beginning of the game, there was a reason why there was an opening there. The Oracle did stasis trap the main base at the same time. Didn't get anything. He got 1 probe. He stasis trapped once in the main, got 1 worker. That's it. That's all he got. That's all he got. But that was the only other time the Oracle was used. So he killed 2 adepts and stasis 1 probe. But with that, GG well played. As we have the upper semifinals getting ready for us again. MaxPax, he's eliminated. herO, he does advance on to the grand finals, and it looks like we have a TVZ between Clem and Solar, as Solar takes down Cure 2-1. Yo, that 1 stasis probe though. But vetoes are underway. And we are getting ready. It revelated the Stargates at one time. True. There you go. Aye. But with that, GG well played. With that, herO's in the finals, and we're going to be going on a short break. Vetoes are underway. Once they wrap up, we can jump into Clem versus Solar after the break. See you soon, Pap. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the upper semifinals of the WardiTV Monday number 32. We just wrapped up with the lower semis, and herO did take down MaxPax. herO is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this very series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Persephone, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, Clem is the heavy favorite. Clem, he is the reigning world champion. But Solar, he is on his redemption arc. Solar, he's been improving a lot here and getting some bigger and better results over the past month of play. Even almost 2 months at this point. And we'll see how Solar can compare to his opponent as we load into one of the newer maps, as we load into Persephone. Let's go. Let us go. For the time being, we are going to be settling in. We do have our hatch gas pool standard opener here out of Solar, and likewise Rax expand out of Clem. Now, we did feature a previous ZVT SHIN versus Bunny earlier in the broadcast, and also Bunny versus Rex, and Clem has a similar playstyle to Bunny in the sense that we often see a lot of aggressive builds. I'm referring to 1-1-1s, 3cc 2-on-1s, and straight up 2-on-1s as well. Clem can be very aggressive, very active, and very in your face, and the win condition usually is deny the fourth over and over and over again, and just snowball out of control. We'll see if Solar can successfully defend his bases and get into a longer game state. We'll see. We'll see if he even wants to. Likewise, also, great to see Persephone once again. It has been quite a popular map amongst the players. We do have a healing pad on the right-hand side. We have our goal base on the right-hand side as well. For the most part, the attack path is very direct from base to base. A relatively shorter attack path as well. As the Reaper does move out. Just getting vision here on Solar. Likewise, Clem setting up back at home, waiting for the Rax into factory. And we'll see if he goes for his third command center or a second Rax. Or even a starport. We're now just dancing with the army. Dancing with the Lings, no major pickups, not yet. And looks like Clem, he's going for a faster command center. So we have an economic build here from Clem. Oh, no, I got ahead of myself. Starport. Aggressive build out of Clem, going for a 1-1-1 starport before CC. And this is what I mentioned earlier when I was discussing Bunny, how Bunny was hyper aggressive against SHIN and Rex. Here, same for Clem. Clem is also very fond of going 1-1-1 before the third CC. What does this mean? This means earlier Banshees. It means a more committed production here into Hellions, earlier Banshee play as well, later economy for aggression. And Clem, he's often quite successful with his aggression. We'll see if Solo can keep up. Oh, also, I assume Banshee, never mind, Liberator, which means faster stim. So typically we would be seeing a reactor into an add-on swap, we would see a tech lab into add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. Here, because of the Liberator, we're actually keeping the tech lab on the Rax into faster stim, not Banshee. So faster stim here out of Clem. Liberator rallying across the map. There it is, stim is already on the way, so just really fast stim. Hellions are amassing. On forward, not quite catching the tumor. Queen taking a lot of hits. Can he get the Queen? It's getting low. It's getting very low here. Clem dancing with the army, going for the mineral line. Drones do not get roasted. Quick reaction there to Solar. Does wall off, does wall up. Clem, he rotates around. And Clem, he doesn't find a way in yet. Liberator into the main. The Queen is low on HP. Quick reaction out of Solar, falls away. We'll lose one drone. Just one. One drone goes down. And Clem doesn't break through. Still trying to, as Clem is being aggressive. We have a Ling run by across the map, but Hellions are back at home to defend. And there's a full wall. A full wall back at home. Collision ensues. Solar, he's keeping up for now. Liberator has returned, gets 3 drone kills. 3 workers go down. Did I say 3? Oh, doesn't get a 4th. as he still gets away. Jesus, the efficiency here. And looking at the trades, 1 Hellion, 1 Reaper for what? For 3 drones, 13 Lings, and 1 Queen. Finally, Liberator goes down. Whew, nice pick off there by Solar. Clem still reinforcing. Moving in with more Hellions. Catching up more Lings. And the Hellion shots are brutal. The Lings, they line up. Ay, ay, ay. The Lings get roasted. Queens, they hold the line, they defend the third. He's going for the dive. Oh no, there's an opening! Queens out of position for 1 second, for 1 moment, and with that, the drones, they do fall, getting another 3 workers, now getting to the main. Solo trying to pull away. As this is getting out of hand here. 9, 10 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. Up until this 1 moment, Solo, he was doing fine, he was keeping up. It was impressive. But 1 moment is all it takes. Lings, they get us around, they will clean up these Hellions, but that's going to still be 10 drone kills. And that is 13 in total. 13 drone kills, 47 Lings. And back at home, Clem is just building up his bio army. He's got Marines, got his tanks. Getting into his own 5-rack setup. Remember, he has Stim. Stim is already a factor. And Solar, he has some rejoining to do. He has to redrone, resaturate, now taking a 4th base. And now it's time for Clem to try to deny the 4th, ideally. Now, I say that, he doesn't push with the tank. As you can see, he leaves the tanks back at home. He doesn't go for his regular bio tank push. Instead, only drop play with Marines. Let's go for the double drop instead. Does unload in the main, catches an Overlord. What goes down? Trades well against the Lings, going for the Spore. Spore gets shut down as well. Brutal pickoffs. Going for the spawning pool. Clutch Transfuse. Clutch Transfuse does keep the spawning pool. No, it still goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Spawning pool falls. No more Ling production, no more Queen production either. Ay, ay, ay. Now, it did cost Clem quite a lot. That was not a free trade. He did lose a medevac and a lot of Marines. A lot of Marines that go down. But Clem, he's having fun. Here comes the main push, and Solar cannot reinforce. What can Solar? He can drone, and he can drone. And make overlords, I suppose. Like that's all he can do right now. The spawning pool is still on the way. Solar, his supply is stagnant. He cannot reinforce. He just has to abandon the base. Base goes down, drops into the main. Solar can't make anything. You can see here he's banking 800 minerals, 900 minerals. Spawner pool finally finishes. Spawner pool is done. Things are on the way. Things are under fire. Lings, they can't engage here. They cannot engage here. Queens go down. GG gets called. Clem, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A strong showing there from Clem. Again, I will say that I was impressed by Solar's early game. Solar, he was keeping up. He was keeping up and defending very nicely against the Liberator, against the Hellions, up until the points. There was a moment where Solar, he did overreact to the to the Hellions on the right-hand side. He dragged all of his Queens over, and there was an opening. There was an opening at the natural. That's when 10 drones went down. 10 drones got roasted. 47 Lings as well. And from there, Clem is snowballed out of control. The killing move, of course, was Clem sniping the spawning pool. With the spawning pool being sniped, as you saw, Solar, he had 900 minerals. He had 900 minerals in the bank. He could not spend his money. There was nothing he could produce, nothing he could make, and the game ended. The game ended then and there. GG, well played. GG, well played. With that, Clem does take a lead, and now we are getting into game number 2. Oh boy, and we're going to be loading into a much smaller map, and again, it's typically these smaller maps where Clem does thrive. It's where aggression is favored, and we even saw it in the last game. Remember, Clem, he did not open up 3cc, he opened up 111, faster stim, a greater Hellion count. Clem, he thrives in this more aggressive style, and he thrives on these smaller maps. Now, we'll see if Solar can survive this. Solar, he very often does play roaches on Whispers of Gold, so we'll see if he can make use of that, defend, survive, and get into the mid-game. As he wasn't quite able to get there in the last game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Wizards of Gold, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Down in the series, we'll see if he can recover, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Solar. We go. And similarly to the previous game, we do expect a more aggressive build here from Clem, whether it's a 1-1-1 or a 2-1-1, yet to be determined. But we expect Clem to be in the face of Solar. As welcome one to Wizards of Gold. This is the smallest map in the current map pool. This is a rush map as well. Short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored. The third bases are much more exposed on this match, much more difficult to defend. And because of how small this map is, reinforcements and rallies get across the map even faster. So we'll see how Solo will approach this. Because of how aggressive and because of how aggressive Terran players can be on Wizards of Gold, we do often see Roach-based openers and Roach-based play instead. Roaches are a very safe way to play ZVT. They are slower, that is true. They're slower, they're less active. You can turn Roach openers into Roach all-ins. We saw that earlier out of SHIN, right? SHIN, he did Roach all-in Bunny, successfully so on ley lines. So you can turn that into an aggressive build. But for now, standard opener. For now, you know, I'm getting ahead of myself. It's going to be a standard opener, hatch gas pool. We'll see if Solar does play Roach or if he does go into Ling Main. We shall see. So Reaper does move out across the map. So for now, just standard opener, droning, saturating, factory follow-up out of Clem. And we shouldn't get much done here. I'll spoke in. Solar, he is setting up for his third. Reaper pokes forward. Dancing with the Lings. He wants a Ling! And he will get it. Nice snipe here from Clem. Takes down one of the Lings already. Takes down one. Pulls away. Third expansion is being taken. And Clem, what are we going for? And we've seen this before, waiting for the factory. Factory is now done. And Clem looks like he's going for just like the previous game, 1-1-1. Yeah, there it is, 1-1-1 out of Clem. Delayed third TC, once again making a plethora of Hellions. Now, last game this was Hellion Liberator. We'll see if it's Hellion Lib again or Hellion Banshee instead. Now, I would say because the likelihood of there being Roaches on Wizards of Gold is higher, I would say that going into Hellion Banshee makes more sense here, as it is safer against Roach play. But we'll see. Rax is now done. Ooh, Marine, not a Tech Lab. So without a Tech Lab, this should be a Liberator opener again, or maybe Viking into Liberator. Oh, okay, never mind. The Hellbat push, okay. I was caught off guard here by the medevac, but now it makes sense. So it's going to be Hellbats, not Liberator, not Banshee. Clem, he's going to roast up these Lings once again. Does preserve that Reaper, barely. But the Armory is on the way. The Marines do zone away and make sure that there's no scouts. Solar, he does have one Overlord in position. Does have one Overlord. But alas, the Marines, they avoid this. Because of the medevac, the Overlord sees nothing. The Overlord sees the Hellions, but that's just a regular sign. That's a regular tell. Now we have the Tech Lab. Stim is on the way. Liberator alongside this. Here come the Hellbats. Medevac is revealed. Now Solar, how many queens? 6. 6 queens so far. Not bad. Hellbats, they start to step in. He wants the queens. Oh, can he get them? He's gonna get one. Flash transfuse. One queen goes down. He gets one so far. He's gonna get a second. He gets a second, gets a third queen. This is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control. Getting 3, getting up to 4. Gonna get up to 5. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, barely 4. Okay, so 4 queens go down. With that, Solar holds. Solar, he, oh no! Calm down. Solar, he does hold. In the end, it was 4 queen kills and 18 lings. That could have been so much worse. Again, I could, like, you can see how low the 5th and 6th queen were. That was so close to being targeted down. That could have been game. So let's game that in there. Lings, they move out for a counterattack. The wall is solid. I say that Diva's going to be brought down. Lings, they flood in. Yeah, Lings, they flood one forward. Hellions are across the map. No Hellbats to defend. Oh, never mind. There are 2. 2 Hellions back at home. They morph into Hellbats. 6 SVs do go down, 7 SCV kills, nice damage. GG gets caught, Solar, he busts into the natural, and Solar fights back, tying up the series 1-1. Whew, GG, a very clutch counterattack. Again, Clem, he chose not to stay at home. What I mean by that, he sent 2 Hellions across the map. If he had 4 Hellbats to defend, the game continues. The game would have continued, but he sent 2 across, he only had 2 to defend. With that, Solar, he barely broke through. GG. Whew. GG, well played. The Hellbat push gets punished, and we're going to the ace match. Clem punished for some of his aggression, punished for overextending, punished for getting a little bit too excited by sending even more Hellions across the map. Also, I say he sent 2, I think it was 3. I think he sent 3 Hellions across the map, so he had 5 in total. And with that, that leads us into the ace match. Let's go. That leads us into game 3. Good morning. Bom dia, papi, bom dia. Hello. Hello, Pietro. Pietro? Good to see you. Good to see you. Bom dia, Pat. As we are nearing the end of the broadcast, again, this is the final semifinals, and then we have the grand finals thereafter. 2 series left, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the French Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, being forced into the ace match. We'll see if he can bring it back and bring it home. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. Here we go. And welcome one on to Whistles of Gold. Now we go from one extreme to the other. From the smallest map, where aggression is favored, and hey, because aggression is favored on Whistles of Gold, it does make sense why we saw Hellbats, why we also saw the counterattack be successful as well. But here we're loading into the largest map in this tournament map pool. I say this tournament map pool because the older maps have been removed, and this feels like a gasless opener. Yeah, 15-15. 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. No gases. No gases here from Solar. We are opening up as greedily as possible, and we'll see if we can get away with it. Oh boy. Meanwhile, CC first out of Clem. So speaking of greed, you can see it from both players. Again, we have gasless by Solar, CC first by Clem. Again, Amygdala is known for greed. It's known for macro, known for longer games. Here's why I mentioned this is going from one extreme to the other, from rush map to macro map. Oh, hello. That is CC first into a 2-on-1. Assuming we don't throw down a third Rax. Okay, interesting. I do like this. We haven't mentioned this before, but Hellion openers are less effective on Amygdala. Now, the reasoning for this is because one of the big features of Amygdala is the limited attack paths. As you can see, we have one attack path on the top side, covered by Xel'Naga. We have a second attack path towards the south side, also covered by Xel'Naga as well. But rotating as a result from the south side to the north side is very difficult. It takes a long time you have to go all the way back home. You have to go all the way back home to rotate around, to go around the long way, to try to poke in from one end to the other. Because of that, Hellions have a much harder time denying creep on Amygdala. It is easier for Solar to defend. I mean, that's the reason why Solar opened up gasless. You don't need link speed to defend back at home. You can defend with purely Queen. Meanwhile, Link Scout does confirm the 2-1-1. Nicely done here from Solar. He is aware. But whether it's straight up 2-1-1s or 3CC 2-1-1s, we often see the avoidance of Hellion-reliant builds and Hellion-heavy openers on Amygdala, as it is more difficult to gain value and deny creep. So we just skip him and we rush into Stim. The ByuN army is building up. Likewise, I should also mention, because of the gasless opener and roaches. There should be roaches from Solar. There it is, Roach Warren gets thrown down. And we did mention earlier how roaches are a very safe way to play. So Solar, this 2-on-1 shouldn't kill him. It shouldn't kill him. He did see everything already. He got a full scout of the main, so he's fully aware of what's going on. He knows he can drone up for the next 30 seconds, and then he should be focusing on army production. As Clem is still setting up for the add-on swap into reactor and medevac production. Until then, Solar, he can still just drone. Just droning, just saturating. He can do this for a little bit longer. Again, he's aware of the timings. As medevac production is just now beginning. Medevac's now on the way. And now would be the time to start making units. And you can see here we already have a couple of roaches. A couple of roaches that popped out. I would say that these roaches are a little bit early, but regardless, you know, they're slowly amassing. Getting ready for the 2-on-1. And 4 more roaches on the way. A layer in production for roach speed. Getting into full saturation. And here comes the push. And again, this has a lot of potential to maybe snipe overlords, dropping into the main base, denying creep, but shouldn't kill. Solar's ready. Here comes the unload. Solar, he has 11 roaches. That should be enough. I say that first 2 roaches get targeted down. The rest of the roaches, they did move out of position. Flash transfuse. Solar, he holds. Does hold on. Drop into the main. Likewise, the queen is under fire. He wants a queen. He gets it. Nice pick up. Gets 1 queen. Picks up. Drops again. And this is nice damage, but it's not game ending. It's not game ending damage. Oh. Then he pulls away. And the game continues. Game does continue from here. Does deny the expansion. Nice big up. Denies the 4th. Clem, we should be building up towards a 1-1 timing to try to knock down the 4th expansion. Meanwhile, Solar, he's switching into Ling Bane Roach Ravager. We have the Hive on the way. Very fast. That 620 Hive time. Jesus. Very fast Hive. I believe this should be for an Ultra Rush. That would make the most sense in my mind. To rush into Ultras. We'll see if Solar can get there. As we do have the melee upgrades on the way. No range upgrades. You can see that roaches are merely a stepping stone just to be safe, just to be secure, and they've done their job. Right? They saved eventually they saved the 4th base. They protected the 3rd. Clem moving in with reinforcements, but he's going to run into a wave of roaches. And Clem, he shouldn't break through this. With that Solar, he's holding on, he's defending, he's keeping up. Scan is the main, reveals the Hive, big scouts. And again, this screams Ultras. And Clem is aware. Speaking of Ultras, there it is, Ultra Cavern at the natural. Ultra Cavern at the 740 mark. Now, these Ultras are not going to have the best upgrades. Bearing in mind, they only have +1 carapace at the moment, so not the best upgrades here for the Ultras. Regardless, they can still scale quite well early on, especially if there are no ghosts. Now, what I love from Clem is that, remember, he scanned, he saw the Hive timing, he's aware, and he's going to try to kill Solar before the Ultras really become a threat. Marines, they stem in. Solar's in trouble. Remember, Solar, he skipped Bailings for this. Uh-oh. Solar, he does not have Bailing Speed. Bailing Speed, it just now begins. Ay, so greedy. And without Bailings, I don't think he can hold. Yeah, he abandons it. He abandons the base. He knows he cannot save the fourth. It is a lost cause. Solar, he does re-expand towards the south side. He's trying to buy time for the ultras. He does catch a Ravager. Stims in once again. Likewise, Ling Runway on the right hand side. It does deny the expansion. Not bad. Denies the fourth CC. And Clem, he doesn't kill Solar. I'm sure he was hoping that maybe Solar would try to fight a little bit harder to save the expansion. But now he's getting to his own Ling Bane. Kindness plating on the way. Solar, he's stabilizing. His economy is still lackluster, don't get me wrong. It's still lacking. But he's getting there. Clem steps in. He does catch the queens. He gets one. Gets two. He's going to get up to potentially three. Oh, two for now. Two queens go down. Clem, he rotates, pushing in towards that southern base. There's barely any creep. Barely any Bailings. Oh, Clem, he hides back. Brutal connect. Oh my god, the Mind Shots. Mind Shots, they shut down the Lings. They shut down the Bailings. Ultras rush in. Oh my god. The swipes are brutal. And Solar, he's holding. He's holding on. He shuts down the Bio army. At the same time, drones are going to be going down. Drop into the main. Solar out of position. He does defend. Leads out a lot of workers. Solar, can he keep pushing? Shuts down the drop. Cleans up the army. Shots once again popping up, mainly on Lings. Solar, he did save the Vipers. Vipers did survive. Ghosts are still a non-factor here. There's no Ghost Academy. Just bio tank from Clem. Without the Ghost, these ultras, they can get out of hand. Clem's just trying to buy time. Just trying to buy some time here. Dropping towards the north side. Oh. The Mind Shots! Oh my god. Mind Shots popping off. Soldiers are moving in. Bailings, they do connect. Not bad. Oh, that one Liberator popping off takes down both of the Ultras. And Solar here extends. Needs more Ultras. Does consolidate his army. He has to regather energy on those Vipers. As both armies are still maxed out. Clem, still no Ghost. And again, without Ghost, the kiting is decent here, but he gets through the Ultras. Takes out two Ultras. Drops towards the top side. Gets 5 more drones. Ghost Academy now on the way. Likewise, Clem, he's been able to maintain his economy. What's important here, he did not lose the fourth. Planetary is still up and running. So Clem, we can afford those ghosts. Oh, Solar has no bank. Trying to collapse in. Once again, drop into the main. Power bomb. Solar trying to catch out the army. Not quite able to. Again, there are no infestors, no fungals. Nice kiting here against the Ultras. He gets one, he gets almost two. And looks like he should get it. Likewise, they can run by hit the third base. Nice run by 11 SCVs. 11 SCVs going down. Just whittling away here at the main army of Clem. Infest is finally on the way. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. But we need those fungal growths. Without fungals, the Bio army it can just never be locked down. As the run bys, they attempt to continue. Oh, a little bit indecisive. That's another kill. Jesus, that's another kill. That's 2 kills on that expansion. Solar, he just cannot expand. Ay, 10 drones. 10 drones go down. Fungal pops off. We get the chain fungal. Not bad. But that's another. Was that another kill? That was another kill in the hatchery for the 3rd time. He just wants to expand. Yeah, my shot's popping off. 20 drone kills. Ay. Clem just pulling Solar apart. Solar, he's been wanting these main fights with these ultras, but he just cannot pull this off. He's just stuck at him defending. Just time and time again. More drones going down. More Widowmine drops. Now we have a solid ghost count. Now Clem can take a fight. Not out in the open though. Just going off. Another ultra gets sniped. Just trying to push. Once again though, more drones going to be going down. The mine shots, they come off once again. This time though, Solar, he will take down the planetary. Just barely. Oh god, the snipes are insane though. They're catching up the spellcasters. GG gets called. Solar, he has no economy, he has no army, and Clem, he will snowball out of control, taking the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. The harassment was insane. It wasn't even with much. It was a couple of Marines, a couple of Widowmines, of course, as well. The Marines towards the top side were crazy, just sniping that 4th base, or I should say the 5th base, time and time again. I want to say it was killed 3 times in a row. It was insane. 3 times in a row. Solar just could not maintain his economy. He was just torn apart left and right. He could not keep up. And Clem will advance on to the finals. GG. Does advance on. One of the big weaknesses of this playstyle of Solar, going from Ling Bane, Roach Ravager into Ultra into Viper, is the anti-air. Is the fact that there's no Spire, there's no Hydrogen. So your anti-air is heavily reliant on the Vipers and parasitic bombs. Because of that, it's not really secure, or I should say, not really the most stable form of anti-air. So because of that, Clem, the drop play, has more potential. It has more potential than usual because there's nothing to stop the drops, nothing to stop the Medivacs. And upon recognizing that, Clem, he popped off. It was very impressive to see the drops sniping bases, sniping mineral lines, and getting it a hand. GG. GG, well played. Clem, he will advance on, and now we are getting ready for the grand finals. It should not be a surprise here, as this is a common finals. It's going to be a Terran versus Protoss between Clem and herO once again. Now, they do often go back and forth. Clem and herO, they do often trade series. I would say that for the most part, Clem does have a lead over herO, but it's been very close between the two. I'm actually curious, what is the recent history between them? Because obviously we've been casting herO defeat Clem, we've been casting Clem defeat herO, but I'm curious about double checking the actual stats on that. I'm leaning towards like maybe 60-40 in favor of Clem. Let's see. Let's see. We have the technology. herO versus Clem. Yeah, there you go. It is going to be 43% in favor of herO, so 57 in favor of Clem. There you go. For 2025, for this year. But yeah, they do trade back and forth quite often. So slightly in favor of Clem. 57%. The most recent time they faced off was in the Monday Night Weeklies last week, where herO did defeat Clem. Week before that, Clem defeated herO. Week before that, herO defeated Clem. So again, they do very often trade back and forth. Almost 50-50. Almost. And we'll see who wins this week. We'll see who takes it. For now, we're going to be going on a short break. Vetoes are underway, and when we return, we will have that TVP between Clem and herO in a best of 5 grand finals. See you soon. See you soon, man. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. The grand finals here of the WardiTV Monday number 32. We are here with our best of 5 with our top 2 players of the tournament, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, the predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our grand finals here. Again, Clem and herO, they are very closely matched in skill. You could definitely make an argument, I mean, easily for Clem that he's the best Terran, if not the best player in the world right now, and herO being the best Protoss player. I mean, you can always make an argument between herO and MaxPax. They both have their own styles, their strengths and weaknesses, but herO, he is at least the best offline Protoss player, and he even did defeat MaxPax in this very tournament. So you don't get better than this. You don't get better than Clem versus herO when it comes to TVPs. Let's go. Let us go. We did mention earlier as well that they are very closely matched in skill when it comes to their overall statistics as well. It is 57% in favor of Clem when it comes to overall series in 2025. So just over 50%. So Clem is favored, but herO does often make him work for it, and does often even take series as well. So all I'm hoping for is no 3-0. All I want is a back and forth, a game 4, a game 5. That would be my ideal, regardless of how this goes. And that's all I want, back. That's all I want. As for now, herO, he does already start mining through those mineral patches. herO, he intends to expand towards the south side. Meanwhile, Clem moves in with the SCV scouts, and Clem, he does confirm the timing of the expansion. Doesn't see much else though. Does pull away, just making sure there's no shenanigans going on as we settle in. Now to have our racks into factory. Again, it was a more economic build here by Clem, going for the faster CC on the low ground, so just economic start out of our Terran player. Likewise, Sentry Opener out of herO. Again, Sentry Openers are very common nowadays, especially with the NG overcharge. It does mean that herO has access to an earlier hallucination. So hallucination scouts here from herO. Likewise, a Twilight Council Opener into Blink. Okay. And of course, herO does open up the southern half of the map. And herO, does he go for a gate expand? No shot. I mean, he could cut corners. He could go for a gate into a third base. I'm expecting at least a 2-gate opener before the third. There we go. Second gateway gets thrown down. It is still going to be a economic and greedy build here. But not as crazy as an even faster third. Here comes that hallucination across the map. herO throwing down spotter pylons. For now, staying on 2 gates. And we'll see if he throws down a third gateway or if he expands. As herO moves out. I just want one troll. You're asking for a lot with that one. You're asking for a lot. As the hallucination does confirm the 1-1-1, does confirm no reactor on the factory, the Cyclone first as well, so he knows there's no Widowmine drop, and likewise no Reaper Hellion either. Instead, Clem opening up with a Cyclone drop in early tank production. Interesting. Here he will spot this, he will confirm. He will confirm the medevac. Stalker's moving in, Blink is not done. Nice movement here, nice positioning from herO. Clem, he commits, headed towards the natural. herO is keeping up. Here he rotates in time. Third base being taken. How many gateways? I believe 2. Yep, just 2 gate blinks. So 2 gate blink into a third base. Very greedy build here by herO. I say just very economic. Very economic. And we'll see if Clem can try to punish this, as there are going to be less stalkers to defend. But Blink is still not yet done. Observer moves out to scout. The Observer will barely miss the medevac. Just barely. Likewise, we have the Bay on the way, working towards Colossus. So this is a little bit more old school. I mean, it makes sense just because the greedy opener, but herO, he's not going into charge, he's not going into +1. I mean, he is, I should say, but this is after the Bay. So the Bay has already begun, working into faster Colossus. The Observer does spot the drop. And here he reacts. He responds in time. Ideally, here he wants to bait the medevac closer in before going for the dive. Speaking of, here comes the medevac, here comes the dive, he gets the medevac. Massive pickup, takes down full medevac, takes down the Cyclone as well. Does he trade? He does not. Shield battery does save the Stalker. And here he shuts Clem down completely. Nice defense here out of herO. Clem back at home, building up, also expanding towards the south side, also expanding towards herO. Aye. Getting into zone 3-1-1. Then he opens up that southern path, making his way towards the third. Here he has Zonaga, he spots this. Does spot the army. Does warp in. Oh, the boys, which is 2 base all in. The boys are being pulled. And boys are being pulled. +1 about to finish. Colossus will arrive in time. Remember, this was an earlier Colossus. Kites well here against those SCVs. But the army stims in, and here he's in trouble. Trying to hold on. Once again, nice kiting. The Immortal gets surrounded. But the Colossus does stand strong, does defend. Again, the power of the Colossus, and Clem, he realized he cannot end the game. He cannot kill herO. Remember, here he did intentionally go for the earlier Bay, for the earlier Colossus. Army always stim in. Army stims in, does not get the Colossus. Clem rotating over. Gets a pylon, gets a shield battery. Second Colossus has arrived. Meanwhile, the base goes down. Massive pickoff. Takes down the third. Charges down, but hero's up against the wall. He can't quite dive in. There's what, 5 Widow Mines protecting the tank. Poking forward. Taking the northern base. Hero waiting for the third Colossus. Drop on the right hand side, just making sure there is no expansion. Hero's third base is denied. Collapsing in. Pulls the boys. Boys being pulled. Tank goes down. And here he should be able to hold on here. Yeah, cleans up the bio. Oh god. Okay, it doesn't quite trigger. Here he defends. He defends back at home. Fun fact, even though Hero did lose the expansion, he does save his workers, and Hero is still up in probes. Bearing in mind that Clem, he was all in, he pulled the boys. Clem, he lost a lot of SCVs, and he has not expanded. Drop goes down. And Hero is going for the gold. Oh. Does go for the gold expansion. Raven harass Hero into the natural. Raven harass into the main even. Gets a probe, gets a stalker, we'll lose a Raven. Hero, he's in a better position, and do you see what I see? I see 2 more Raxes. Clem, he's continuing the all-in. Clem, he is not expanding.
Game paused.
Ooh, looks like we have some latency issues. Hopefully everything is okay. I don't notice anything on my side, so it might just be local to Hero. So, hopefully able to recover. But again, Clem, he just threw down 2 more Raxes, not a third CC. Clem, he was already 2 base all in, and the 2 base all in continues here. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for Hero. And the scary thing about this is that Hero has the gold, so he will have an even boosted economy on top of that. So there's a lot of pressure on Clem right now. There's a lot of pressure on Clem. Looks like the lag has been dealt with. Looks like the ping gets recovered. Clem pushing forward. He's got Vikings, but he's up against 3 Colossus. Oh, Prism taking a lot of hits. Prism goes down. Prism does fall. At the same time, down to 3 Vikings. Getting back up to 4. Clem is just being chased back, just being chased down. Oh my god. Avoids a mine shot, another one does connect. Disruptor has arrived, shots Nova. Takes down 1 Colossus, gets 1, and gets 2, down to 1 Colossus remaining. It looks like it will go down as well. Hero did overextend. But it's only Vikings left, it's only Vikings remain. Hero, does he have enough? He's crazy, he blinks in. Blinks off the ramp, boys are being pulled. Hero, he will lose all these stalkers. Again, Vikings, they fight quite well here. Hero misjudging this very hard. Patience, you're in the middle. What are you doing? You're in the military. Again, Hero, he was winning this fight, but he overextended. He did not target fire the Vikings initially. He lost all the Colossus, and again, he blinked into the ramp, into the main, and the Clem, he's floating over. He's maintaining himself, floating over his main. And Hero, he's not as ahead as he should be. So he's also taking a 4th. Clem landing his main. I wouldn't even be opposed to Clem just landing at the gold. Just rushing into gold minerals. Main army gets spotted. Hero poking in. He's at the Widow Mine. Clem's army, I mean, he's aware. Can't Hero do anything about it. Clem getting behind the mineral line, denying mining at the gold. We're going for the base trade. Hero just doesn't care. He just doesn't care. Goes across the map. Boys are being pulled. Boys are pulled into charge. Those Colossus, they're tied up here by the CC. And Clem, he will kill the gold. Remember, Hero, he can always recall. Oh my god. Brutal friendly fire. 21 SCV kills. Colossus, they force their way into the main. There is a ByuN army. But barely anything here. I mean, there's no medevacs, there's no support. Dust him in. Wants a Colossus. Doesn't get it. Does not get it in the end. Colossus does survive. At the same time, we do get into the natural. The boys are saved. We get the mass migration here from Clem. And Clem is pushing into the main. Do we recall? Does he recall back home? What are we going for? There's no energy. There's no energy for a recall. +2 is going to be denied. Massive pickoff. herO sets up a proxy. Does set up a ninja base. And he will kill everything. He will kill everything here. Looks like 1-1 will finish up for Clem. Just in time. But in a head-on fight, Clem cannot take this fight. He cannot find his opponent. Workers are being saved. Base is being taken. Clem is down to 0 SCVs. He cannot macro out of this. Sure, he can mule. But he can't do much else than that. Can't do much more. As another base goes down, herO technically still has the main. Cleaning up more depots. Uh-oh. Yes, Clem is doing what he can. He's muling. He's down to 1 orbital. 1 orbital remaining. Yo, we got potentially Cloak Banshees on the way. Uh-oh. But here he has detection. He has detection. He has the high ground. Moving in. And Clem, he can't take this fight. He cannot take this fight. The SimCity working against Clem. Colossus taking some heavy fire. 1 Colossus goes down. Nice pickoff. He gets 1. But the boys are here. The boys have been pulled. 1 Viking left. 1 Viking remaining. It's going to be targeted down. Yeah, there's no escaping this. The Colossus reigns supreme, and herO, he has done it. Clem, does he float his building to the corner of the map? Does he? No. As Clem, he doesn't know this ninja base. He's now aware. He's now aware. GG gets called, and herO, he will take game number 1. GG. herO does take a lead in the series. Again, a very chaotic game state. Clem was hyper aggressive. He was all in. He pulled the boys, but he failed to deal critical damage. He did kill the expansion, but he did not kill many workers. So herO, he was just able to take a lead from there. We did see herO overextend. If you remember, I'm referring to the moment where he pushed in towards the natural when he lost his Colossus, and then he lost his Stalkers thereafter. So herO did have a big overextension. He took a really rough trade, a rough fight, a fight that he didn't have to take anywhere near as poorly. That did allow Clem to recover in a way, but in the end here he was still too far ahead. Still too far ahead. GG, well played. herO takes the lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Getting into game 2. Gonna be loading into Amygdala. As we load into one of the rush maps, one of the more aggressive maps, into one of the larger maps, or the largest map actually, in the tournament map pool. Let's go. We're loading into Amygdala. And then a crazy game there with Clem going for the all-in, going for the base trade towards the end. Crazy. And here we go, spawning in the right-hand corner of Amygdala. We have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid, down in the series, but we'll see if he can make a series out of this and tie things up. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss himself, leading the series 1-0, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. We go. And again, everything just worked out so well for herO in that last game. I'm referring to his build of choice. Remember, he did decide to go for earlier Colossus production and delayed charge. And thanks to the early Colossus, he defended against the all-in. He defended very nicely against that all-in. He was able to hold the line, defend, survive, persevere, and snowball from there. But now that leads us here into game 2. Game 2 going to be a very different game state here. A much larger map. We expect economic builds. We expect mid-game, even potentially late game as well. Keep an eye on our players. So now gate expand out of herO. Before Cybercore, so a bit of a greedier build here from our Protoss player. So we often go Cybercore before Nexus. Likewise, Clem going for an economic opener as well. Single gas into a faster CC. Settling in. I would just see Clem going for the SCV scout, just confirming a hero setup. Back at home, racks into factory. And we should just be having a more passive early game, and we'll see where things go in the mid game here. We could then see aggression here. We could see herO going for extra gateways into 3, even into 4 gate blink stalker. We could even see a Stargate opener. True, could be a Stargate. As this is not what I was expecting. Well, hold on. So usually in this matchup, we have a couple of different ways to open up. We can go Stargate opener, we can go Robo opener, or Twilight Council. This is not one of them. We're going for a Forge. So Forge opener out of herO into fast +1 into fast +2 timing. I'm leaning towards going into a really early +2. Like, that would make the most sense in my mind. Unless this is fast +1 into a +1 charge all in. That's also viable, true. So is this a charge all in, or are we setting up for a +2 timing instead? What's it gonna be? Because this, I've never seen this before. This side. We're treading new ground here. Hallucination moves down to get highest on the 111. Early tank production here out of Clem. Going for the early mine marine drop. Twilight Council's on the way. This feels like charge, right? This feels like an early charge timing. Meanwhile, Clem, he will try to piece this all together. Embrace Monk. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I'm leaning towards charge, but this. I mean, we are taking a gas. True. If this was charged, there'd be no gases. So this looks like blink now. 2 extra gases being taken. Show us what you got. Is it charge or is it blink? This is when it goes into glaives. True. No. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Glaives is actually an option. Meanwhile, hallucination to bait out the mine shots. Hallucination. The hallucinations. They baited out the friendly fire. Oh my god. Friendly fire pops off. Clem is going to be forced back, and it is going to be charge. Okay, charge, not glaives. Gas is being taken. I guess this would be for Archon support, as 5 probes do still go down. Likewise, a drop in towards the main. Here he has no blink. But yeah, +1 and early charge. I mean, there's a reason why we said charge all in before. Like, this makes the most sense here out of herO. But he's taking a 3rd. And the gases mean he can afford Temple Archives and take up even further. What's going on? What's happening? Okay, going for 1/1 upgrades, not going for armor. +1 armor on the way. This should lead into Archons and Storm. It should. But I don't see a Temple Archives yet. We can afford it. He has the money for it. Going into the bay? Wait. What? 1/1 charge? Not into Archons or Storm, but into Colossus? Okay. Yo. Here he's improvising. That's what this screams. This feels like he's playing with a smile on his face. That I can guarantee you. 100%. 100%. He's a happy boy. Oh no. It's like hero's streaming right now and he's got like a roulette wheel that he's like spinning. He's like, okay, chat, what are we doing next? What are we doing? I'm gonna make a bay, then I'm gonna throw down a Stargate. I'm gonna throw down a fleet beacon while also making disruptors. And then we'll go for a mothership recall into the main with Sentry. It's like, what is happening? What is happening right now? Now, as fun as this is, I'm concerned that this doesn't really... oh, never mind. Zelce do actually run past the army. Clem out of position. Zelce busts into the mineral line. Catching reinforcements initially. 3 Zealots here into the mineral line. SCV's going to be going down. Army races back home. And Clem will defend. Clem, he will defend. There's a recall back home. Now, what I was concerned by, what I was going to mention here, is that I'm concerned that this isn't too cohesive. And that this won't kind of come together in the end. But I mean, we're getting there, right? Like we are getting into a +2 timing. +2 is on the way, so really fast +2, faster than normal. Blink is on the way, so now we have an answer here to some of the drop play. First Colossus has arrived. Now, charge has been revealed, and the bay was seen. Okay, I was gonna say that showing charge screams Archon and Storm, right? Like that's going for a charge-based opener. So Clem, he might have that on his mind, but I just mentioned he's scattered, right? He's scattered, he saw the base, so he knows. He should be aware of the Colossus. There we go, Viking production has begun. So he knows to make Vikings. Otherwise, this would have been a big kind of mind game to avoid any kind of Viking production. But to make sure the Terran didn't have any. But it didn't quite work out. Zealot on the right hand side, he gets spotted by the Zelnaga tower. Here setting up on the left. Zealots do get across the map. Catching out some Marines. Recalls on cooldown, hold position micro here in the mineral line. Getting 4 SCV kills, not bad. Tanks are caught unsieged. Uh-oh. Tanks are unsieged. First Wood Mine does not go down. Colossal Snipes going off. I'll be honest, I'm shocked by how many Colossal shots that Wood Mine took to the face, but it's because one of them was fake. One of them was fake. Oh, mine shots pop off. Tanks are exposed, and here he shuts him down. Okay, it just forces Clem back, but Clem is moving in with a second army. Here he might be winning on the top side of the map. What about towards the south side? Yeah, nothing in position, nothing in him to defend. There's no recall. Here he's all in. Here he's all in. The base will fall. But I don't think Hero has enough. I'll be honest. The army, he's pulling himself apart. Stalkers, they all go down. Massive pickup, getting 4, 5, 6 stalkers. And Hero's falling apart. He's falling apart here. Miscontrol at a Hero. Last pull back. Hero now down in supply. He lost the expansion. Prototype popping up. It's been a chaotic game, but as it settles, like Clem, he is actually in a better position. He's in a better position here. He's on 3 bases. Ghosts are on the way as well, getting into +2. Has been chaotic, but Clem has found his footing. He's found his footing here. Now Hero's not out of this, but here he has some catching up to do as he's getting into his disruptors. Oh, nice catch. Does not get a full medevac. Barely not. Medevacs, they barely get away. Likewise, Clem being active towards the top side. Here is trying to gain map control. Clem is maxed. Clem is maxed out. There's 1 destructor with the main army. Here he's got 4 Colossus. A lot of Colossi. The upgrades are heavily in favor of herO. He's getting into 3-3, by the way. 3-3 upgrades. And what Clem has? Clem has 1-1. 1-1 versus 3-3. Is that enough, though? As Clem, of course, has EMPs on the side. Has a lot of DPS. Getting up to 5 Colossus. He's getting a 6th Colossus. Getting up to 6. Ay, ay, ay. With +3. Oh my god. At a certain point, herO, he's going to be hurting without having many disruptors, so I'm a little bit concerned. Yeah, Vikings, they kite well. 1, 2 Vikings are down. This is first Nova, the only Nova. And now we have more disruptor production. Now, the problem with going into mass Colossus is that they do overkill, they do overdamage, like they become a little bit less efficient, as in a way 4 Colossus do the same damage as 6. So this is inefficient out of herO. You could argue the one thing that this does do is that this maintains a Colossus count high enough, even if like 1 or 2 Colossus go down to the Vikings, like the DPS here is still going to be quite threatening. So there's a little bit more sustain with this army, I suppose. It's still not ideal though, because disruptors, they have more value when it comes to forcing your opponent to split their army, to split their forces. And regardless, herO moving in. Meanwhile, he has gained map control. He's in the goal base, getting top left as well. So 6 bases versus 4. I mean, this is a dynamic we see very often here in this matchup. So here he has full map control. He's up in bases, up in economy. Here he can afford these trades. Nova's there. Oh, getting called out. Disruptor goes down. Decent Nova. Decent Nova on the army. More disruptors on the way. And again, there's a reason why herO is not making more Colossus. I think he's recognized that he has too many and he needs those disruptors. Nice snipe on the lid. Liberator goes down. Vikings moving in. There's going to be 12 Vikings. They get 1 Colossus. They get 1. They get 2. There he goes off. A little bit too soon. A little bit premature. So down to 4 Colossus. Disruptors moving in. That's EMP. Down to 3. 3 Colossus left. As here is still pushing in, still moving forward. Now going for the Stargate. And the Dark Shrine. Again, herO has a bank. He has a massive bank. He can afford these trades. Clem less so. So you're moving in with more zealots. That's the EMP on the Stalkers. herO late to blink away. The Novas do connect, and here come the charge lots, and here he overwhelms. He will overwhelm. And here he's so close to breaking Clem. So close. Clem's stuck making more Vikings. Getting another Colossus. herO down to 2. That's 2 Colossus. Army is overstimmed. And Clem, he's just being outscaled. He cannot keep up. Again, the trades have been brutal. The economy is still lackluster for Clem. Clem he has 48 SCVs. He has a 2-base economy against what, 7, 8 bases of herO. Ay. Brutal connection. Nova goes off. And here he's moving in. He overwhelms. GG gets called. herO, he will overwhelm Clem. And herO takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG will played a very chaotic game here between herO and Clem. Very chaotic, especially early on. It almost felt like he was, again, improvising and playing on the fly or off the cuff. Going into early +1, into early charge, into Colossus. I mean, the upgrades were a factor. Remember, we had 3-3 versus 1-1 for a time there. It was crazy, just the upgrade lead that herO had in this game with really fast 3-3 upgrades. I would say was a little bit inefficient by having all those Colossus, but again, he still had the greater economy. He can afford to be inefficient. He can afford to have some bad fights or bad trades. And yeah, herO just overwhelmed. He just overwhelmed. He had full map control. Had what, 7 or 8 bases towards the end. It was crazy. GG. And with that, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 3. And herO, can he claim the series 3-0? Can Clem recover? Again, Clem, he is the best player in the world. Like, he definitely has it in him to recover. But we also know that Clem is also a very emotional player. Sometimes when things go poorly, it just snowballs out of control and it just has this cascading effect. And hopefully Clem can take a breath. He can take a breath. He can take a moment. Find that zen. Wusa, if you will. And we'll see if we can make a series out of this and have a back and forth. Again, personally, I'm hoping for a game 4, hoping for a game 5. But the pressure is on Clem. Let's go. Go. As we're getting into our next game, it's going to be on Ultra Love. Now, we're loading into one of the smaller maps here, and this is where I'm going to be favoring Clem. If you remember, the last time we saw Clem on a small map was game 1 on El Dorado, where Clem did go for a 2-base all-in. And that's what I'm leaning towards here. I'm leaning towards these more aggressive builds and aggressive styles. That is where the Terran player can thrive in this matchup. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the French Terran player down in the series quite heavily here. The pressure's on. He has to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. For Team Liquid, it is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is herO. Here's a genius. I would say that herO, he's an innovator. I mean, we all know this. We also saw this when herO came back from the military. If you remember, herO, he was the player that dictated the meta and formed the meta post the Void Ray style of early like COVID era of StarCraft. Like post 2021 is when herO, he kind of popularized triple Stargate, triple Oracle openers, triple Oracle into +1 Blink Stalker. Like that was all herO. Like that was all herO kind of like leading the charge when it came to that sort of style in PvZ. Likewise in PvT as well. He kind of led the way, kind of again post COVID, post Void Ray meta. It was Void Ray meta was a dark time. that was a dark time, man. It was a dark time. Aye. And yeah, very often herO is just coming in with his own builds, with his own styles. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. I think we see that a lot, especially in herO's PvZ against Dark, for example, where he's often very experimental. And it's very hit and miss, right? And once he refines something that works, finds something that he likes, then he refines on it, he iterates on it, of course. As the initial scouting probe goes down, double gas opener out of Clem. So Clem is going to be more aggressive here. So ranks into factory. This can technically turn into a 1-1-1, into a 1-base all-in. We don't expect a 1-base all-in, we expect a delayed CC, but regardless, aggressive build nonetheless. And herO knows. herO is aware. In an alternate universe, I wonder what would have happened in a PvP between these two players. What do you mean? I don't think you want to see that. If you're familiar with Clem, he has actually he spoke on this. For those who don't know, Clem, he reached #1 with his Protoss on the EU ladder. And Clem, he spoke about how, as the Reaper goes down, he spoke about how the one thing stopping Clem from full switching to Protoss is PvP. Like, it's the matchup that he dislikes the most when he plays Protoss. So Clem, he's not very fond of PvP, which is understandable. I mean, I think most people, they dislike mirror matchups. Clem notably, of course, disliking TVT. As Hallucination does go in, does scout, does confirm the 1-1-1 setup. CC on the high ground, but very dedicated, very committed here from Clem. Hallucination goes down. Hallucination goes down. herO going for his own blink-based opener. Twilight Council, extra gateways on the way. How many gates so far? 2 gates. 2-gate blink out of herO. We'll see if he goes for a 3rd gateway or if he just expands and takes a 3rd base instead. herO, he has options. Does have options. Clem is pushing. Does have his first Cyclone. herO, he spots the tank move out. Clem is committed. Again, we spoke about the early 1-1-1. Actually turns back around with the tank. Never mind. Okay, turns back around. Doesn't like what he sees. Clem, he backs off. He backs off. He races. He brings everything back home. herO, he was ready. I think what's important here is that herO scouted the push. He scouted the move out. So Clem, upon being scouted, he doesn't like his chances. So he pulls back home. Meanwhile, herO, he delays his 3rd expansion in favor of a Templar Archives. This I was not expecting. This is wild. So it's going to be... So typically, if we get a 2-gate opener, 2-gate blink with extra gases, it's usually into a Bay, into Colossus. This is early Storm. Very early. So much more unorthodox here from herO. Again, usually it would be Colossus production. And herO, he can turn this into a Storm drop. Yeah. High Templar morph in. Prism is on the way. We should be chronoing out that Storm. We should be... There we go. There's Storm. Storm drop. Storm drop follow-up. Crazy. Okay. Now, this is very niche. This is a very niche build, a very niche follow-up. It is very dedicated, very committed. Again, there is just so much resources invested into this drop, into this War Prism, into these 2 High Templar. herO, he cannot afford to lose this. Like, he can, if he loses this drop, it's game. It's over. Storm is halfway done. Storm is halfway done. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have some Marines in position at the natural. Now, thankfully for herO, the Cyclone is at the main. Like, the Cyclone is the biggest threat to the War Prism, and the Cyclone's in the main base, not at the natural. So herO, he should be a little bit safer. There is a tank covering the mineral line. If herO moves in too close, then the tank will focus on the High Templar. As Clem is going for his drop. herO moving in. Uh-oh, they'll pass by each other. It's a bit awkward. They do pass by. Storm drop coming in. He's going to be denied. And herO, I mean, Storm is ready. He will miss his timing. There's a scan. Main army's moving in. Observer gets caught. Going for the mass feedback. Okay, and the Storm. Storm is revealed. More Templar moving in. Raven's going to be a non-factor. And herO, can he break his opponents? Can he break Clem? Bearing in mind, there's 1 tank in the back line. There's 2 Widow Mines as well. Storms are coming in. Oh, the mine shot zone. Yeah, Widow Mines zone connects. Storms a melee zone away. The Storms are not good enough. Yeah, the Storms are not good enough. We get a better Storm towards the end. But Clem, he pulls up boys. He's holding on. Archons, they do come in to reinforce, but there's just not enough. There's not enough here. Again, the Storms are lackluster. Clem holds. Clem, he holds. And herO, he was quite committed here. He does at least save the Archons. Clem is going for his own double drop. herO, he doesn't really have much at home to defend. Oh my god, Mind Shot goes off. Mind Shot connects. Do we get a recall? Otherwise, I mean, yeah, there's nothing here. herO is going for the base trade. It's all or nothing. One way or another, the game is about to end. Prism goes down. High Templar moving in. herO, he does break the natural. Storm into the mineral line. There's one storm left. Another storm here on the SCVs. At the same time, that's going to be a kill at the third. herO making a stand. He does make a stand. He does survive. GG gets called. herO, he defends back at home. And herO, he will claim the 3-0. Wow, GG. herO, he lost the third base, he lost the expansion, but he did have warp-ins back at home. Likewise, herO, he was also pushing into the main across the map. He did have enough. I didn't think he would. I was a little bit concerned that herO would not have enough to break the natural, but he did. He was able to storm, he was able to break through. There just weren't enough reinforcements back at home for Clem, and herO, he pulled it off. GG. GG, well played. herO, he will claim the 3-0. I was hoping for a game 4, I was hoping for a game 5, but that is not the case here. herO, he will snowball out of control. And GG, congratulations. Congratulations to herO, as he is one step closer to that 50% win rate against Clem. I think it's now 45. I think it's 45% win rate versus Clem. He's almost at 50-50. He's getting there. He's getting there. GG. GG, well played. Aye. Fast forge build and fast storm build. Yeah. It was, again, it's just really risky, and even then I would say that Clem was in a better position. Like I would say that the storm drop failed for herO in that last game, but because Clem went across the map, we ended up like in a weird base trade, right? We ended up in a weird base trade where technically if Clem was at home, I think that the game would have continued, right? The game would have continued, would have progressed. Regardless, GG, well played with that. Congratulations, herO, he will claim it, and he is this week's WardiTV Monday champion. But if you're a fan of Clem, if you're a fan of herO, MaxPax, Solar, ByuN, Pure, even Bunny, I want to say, the players that I just mentioned, they're going to be playing again in the next tournament. Up next, we have the WardiTV Monday. We have the Monday Night Weeklies. That is the European tournament. So the European weekly event is going to be in an hour's time, in 1 hour's time, and all the players I just mentioned, they usually play in all three. They play in the WardiTV Monday, then Monday Night Weekly, and then the Pigasaur Monday thereafter. So back to back events. Do check it out. Do tune in. I won't be casting it. I believe that's going to be covered by Rotterdam. I believe Rotterdam and Steadfast, alongside Zombie Grub as well. They usually cover the Monday Night Weeklies, and I think he casted last week. Like, Wardy usually does not cover the European weeklies, but I think last week he did decide to, so that might be a trend. That might be a trend of Wardy covering it, or maybe not. We'll see. Regardless, do check it out over on their channels. We are going to be going to sleep. We're going to be getting some rest. Checking out our schedule here. We do not cover the Monday Night Weeklies. Instead, we cover the Pigasaur Mondays. So as you can see on our schedule, we're just wrapped up with our Monday night broadcast, and we're going to be live at 9 AM KST. That's going to be 10 AM AEST. That's going to be in 9 hours. In 9 hours time, we're going to be live with the Pigasaur Monday here on the channel. I'm going to go get some sleep. I'm going to go get some rest. I was just casting off of 2 hours of sleep. I am woefully sleep deprived. It was an intense weekend of StarCraft. Intense weekend. I haven't gotten much sleep, so I'm going to get some rest. And of course, we have the Pigasaur Monday in 9 hours. We have the Rex April Madness this evening, Tuesday evening. Likewise, Thursday as well. We have Code for Giants Cup. We have the Pondcast, Turtle Tussle, SEL, Firegrow Cup, Kung Fu Cup. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft throughout the week. So do tune in. Again, we are live more than any other channel out there, and more live than anyone else when it comes to StarCraft. So if you enjoy the content, do follow us on YouTube. Do subscribe, just because on YouTube we have all of the VODs. I don't expect you to be able to watch everything just because there's so much StarCraft going on, but you can tune into the VODs on YouTube to catch up on whatever you miss. So YouTube is the place to be. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. We do appreciate it. Thank you. I'm gonna go pass out. And we'll find someone to raid. Who is live at the moment? Who is live? Who can we send everyone over to? Let's have a look. Here we go. We can raid, of course we can raid Steadfast. I know Harsum is streaming at the moment. I think he's probably going to play in the tournament as well. Who else do we got? Yo, Nice is streaming. Let's go. Alright. Well, until then, we're going to get some rest. We're going to get some rest, going to get some sleep. So thank you so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more Pigastore Monday action or for the Rex April Madness. Regardless, thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao. Papi, ciao. All right, I guess PSA. I don't know when. I don't know if it's this weekend or next weekend, but shout out to Rotterdam, did reach out. We are going to be playing a Basilisk Big Brain Match show match. Because of that, I have been trying to ladder that much more. That's why I'm so sleep deprived, because I've been, instead of sleeping, I've been laddering just to get back into shape. And we'll see how that goes. We'll see. Not too confident, but we'll do our best. So we'll see what happens when it comes to that show match. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.